Oh,
It's up to you guys. I'm not forcing anything on you. I mean, hell, if the other two we kind of came up with the idea with don't like it, we can change it too. I just saw an obvious connection there.
Just out of curiosity, which house is Dietrich associated with?
House Labita.
Oh,
Oh,
me too.
okay. Okay, that makes sense because at this point, yeah, they've recently had. Okay, yeah, that fits. And Rhea is associated with Orlovsky because she's actually a niece of the current lord.
Um, hmm, that might actually can be like work. Maybe like you are like I'm sent to you like you are a guide to me.
What do you mean?
Um, uh, wait, I'm pretty sure I'm trying to figure out some stuff with Rhea, right? Yeah, okay, sorry. Uh, sorry, whatever.
Just just for a reference, in case anybody needs, if anybody wants to do some connections, part of the reason Labita sent Dietrich is because he grew up in these parts and he knows some of he knows the wilderness.
I grew in the New then, so that's
We can have the same person who got Dietrich involved get Creston involved because the man who
totally.
helped Dietrich is farther up the chain in the Labita house. We can have basically have you be brought on this quest, Creston, at the request of a more important family member within the house, as a way for you to, further your own goals that you've. What about Darkazan? How are we gonna get him in?
so it would make sense for my character to be doing some sort of job or something for one of these noble families, maybe, since this character is now driven by wealth and influence.
Okay, so you could be a hired hand, a promise of wealth and fortune and a prominent spot in the kingdom if you help secure it.
Yeah, that sounds like something my character would go for. They got
And
kind of a chip on their shoulder.
that seems like would make sense for House Orlovsky to potentially have maybe hired you on. I'm not sure. I don't know much about your character, but it could have been hired on for the expedition.
Basically, character is the offspring of a drow and a wood elf, so not welcome in either world really, and so lived in
Ah,
Brevoy. So kind of has a chip on the shoulder by not, or for not really fitting in society and being socially awkward and being like a weird fortune teller type. So
mhm.
trying to, I guess, change the narrative by gaining money and influence and having a chance to wear the boot, I suppose.
That's cool.
It fits. Okay, we have a story here for how we all got together. I don't think it was very long ago. You guys haven't been with each other more than a few days. Um, it would basically be a hand. We would have Rhea and then Darkasson get together. At the behest of the head of the or of a prominent member within the Orlovsky family. And then you would be sent down south to meet up with members of the Labita family, and that's where you would meet Preston and Dietrich. So you'd only have a few days on the way of the border to like get to know each other.
Hmm.
Um, so you guys might have a little bit of information about each other, but I think we'll just um, like slowly bring that in as we're like playing the game, so we don't have to be like, this is the expedition dump that you would have got over X amount of days. But what we can do is, as we're traveling through the wilderness in the southern part of Brevoy, we can have you guys give character descriptions, or I give you guys some more dressing to the setting. If you want, we can roll. Everyone here can just roll a d20, and we'll see who goes first, or we can just do it on the order you appear on the little character bar. Indecision means we'll roll. Everyone can roll a d20. In the bottom left, drag it onto the chat box.
Okay, just drag it to the chat.
Highest
Okay.
goes first. Ties are
Go
broken
ahead
by the
and drag
person
it
who
into
goes left.
the bar. Okay.
Yeah, into the box.
Well, I'm
Oh.
not lucky.
It doesn't seem to have rolled. I mean, like, it's rolling, but it's not showing up in the...
Did you drag it to
To
the chat box?
There it is.
Oh, gee.
Cool.
Okay, I guess I'm going first.
It'll go Rhea, Dietrich, Arcasan, and then Creston. And just give us a little description of your characters. We see all of you walking or riding down the road.
All right. So Rhea is a slender half-elven woman with blonde hair, ornate clothing, and she has long silken gloves that cover her arms. And then there's also Nessia, which you will have seen because she probably would have summoned her. And Nessia is a sort of floating jellyfish-like thing that hovers and stays close to Rhea at pretty much all times. But she doesn't have her summoned all the time, so there we go. Should I have said more, or was that good?
Good?
Okay. All right, for Dietrich, you see a bald, well-built hobgoblin with ashen gray skin and dark red eyes, wearing a symbol of House Labita on his belt and a bone necklace around his neck with a painted green owlbear claw in the center.
Darkassin you see walking along slowly with a padded crushed velvet doublet, trying to appear fancier than he is.
Okay, I
Pale
guess.
skin,
Oh.
just weird looking guy.
Creston is a beautiful white-haired white long-haired person who's walking with his head high and with a nice little jaunt. You can automatically tell that he's a himbo. It, he's wearing a scarf that has a pin of the House Labita family crest on his shoulder. A scale mail with a thing over it, like a piece of fabric over it, and some and some like garments, obviously too fancy for his position.
Nice. I am now going to read out the charter for which you have been told to reveal to the owner of a trading post that you guys are heading south to. It's right on the border of the stolen lands. It's known as Oleg's Trading Post. Oleg being the man who runs the place. The only other occupant you know of at the trading post who lives there, wife. Have any information beyond that about the two besides the outpost hasn't been very long? It's primarily there to service as a stopping point between southern Brevoy, and you can take the road here and head out east if you'd like to, but you'll be going south into the Stolen Lands. So it's mostly for the little bit of traffic that goes between there from travelers, and then a lot of it's from hunters and the occasional other person that has a reason to be out here in the middle of nowhere. The charter, we'll say you've been instructed to open it up the day before you get there. You already knew it was a charter. You didn't have the specifics until you'd made your travel up to this point. Unless, I would say Rhea is the one who has this, and she was the head of the house that's, started the collection of the adventurers. Did Rhea open it up earlier, or is she waiting to open it up until she's told to?
I think she would have waited to open it until she was told to.
Okay. You open it up, and on the official piece of parchment, for which you have now broken the seal, it says, "Be it so known that the bearer of this charter has been charged by the Sword Lords of Restov, acting upon the greater good and authority vested within them by the office of the Regent of Dragonscale Throne, has been granted the right of exploration and travel within the wilderness region known as the Green Belt." As a note, the Green Belt is the portion of the Stolen Lands that you guys are being sent on. There's like 4 different parts to the Stolen Lands. You're in one of them. Exploration should be limited to an area no further than 36 miles east and west and 60 miles south of Oleg's trading post. Carrier of this charter should also strive against banditry and other unlawful behavior to be encountered. The punishment for unrepentant banditry remains as always, execution by sword or rope. So witness on this, the 24th of Aristil, under watchful eyes of the Lordship of Restov, an authority granted by Lord Ryolshi Sertova, current regent of the Dragonscale Throne. Now, I will warn you that even though this is the official document, when I share the map with you guys, it's not going to be the specifications for which they have. It's going to be slightly different. I don't know why, but that's the way it is. So the map you're going to be provided won't be 36 east and west. It's going to be a little different than that.
Okay.
Now, you are expected to, by the beginning of the following morning, so about a day from now, you're expected to be at Oleg's trading post. If there is anything that you guys want to do during this stint of travel, I figured I would leave you a little bit of space when we got there. If you guys had any specific things you want to take care of, I mean, we are on the road, so I know that might be hard, but any kind of preparations or anything you need to talk to each other about the day before you actually get there. At the rate you're going, by nightfall, you should be a few hours away from Oleg's trading.
Nope.
All right. If there's nothing to be provided, then I would ask that you guys give me survival checks to see if we can scavenge some together for.
I think that Rhea would be asking the others what their skill sets were, since it's good to have an idea basically what everyone is good at and what we're bringing to the table, so that we can know what to expect to work together. Basically, what we can expect from each other working together going forward.
Preston just says, "My strengths are my muscles and looks."
Fair response.
I'm going to look at her and I say, my skills involve hunting, tracking, and other things you might find out in the wilderness.
Darkassin just looks deadpan right in the eyes and says, I know things you're not supposed to know.
Pretty good answer.
All right, and then Rhea will comment that I have magic, and as you can see, and she gestures to her friend. And as you can see, I can provide some additional support. This is Nessia, and she is going to help us out. And then the hovering jellyfish creature lifts a tentacle and sort of waves it at the group.
I think you might have cut out there, bud.
Oh. Where did I stop?
Pulls a
Something about
tentacle
the
out
jellyfish
and
waving.
waves it
Oh yeah,
at.
well I said that Nessie raises a tentacle and waves it at the group, and that was the end of it. I didn't cut out. Nope.
Yeah, we're here.
Still here.
Oh okay,
Still here.
sorry.
Oh, good.
Hmm.
Okay. Like I said, if there's nothing else, like we already have all our stuff out there. So with Darkassen's survival check, you guys are able to scramble enough meals together for all four of you. It's going to be, since you're in like plain, primarily going to be small game. Probably eating like rabbits or birds, something. One thing we get to talk about is land travel. We're going to be doing a lot of that, if yes. Each one of the hexes on this map I'm about to provide you with, for which you won't be able to see a lot. Each one of these hexes is like a 12 by 12. The hexes adds up to about 150 square miles. Not all of us are on horse, which is going to make the exploration a little bit slower, at least for now. But it will end up taking between 1 and 2 days to explore hexes by horse, and between 1 and 3 on foot, depending on environmental conditions, what you're riding. Those are the two. There are a few other things, special occasions that get brought up then. So it is going to take time to do these. Our slowest speed here is 30 as far as I know. Is there anyone that can correct me on?
I'm 20 because of armor.
Okay.
Nessia's base speed is 20, so she can be unsummoned if necessary.
Slow down, guys. I have so much stuff to carry.
Moving in the terrain that we're dealing with today, which is a plains, it would take you 8 hours at a 20-foot speed across said tile, which is perfect because it's normally spending 8 hours to go find food. So that adds up to being your guys' day. Tomorrow morning you wake up, it should only take a few hours for you to get to Oleg's house from, unless there's any like I guess an important thing to talk about is, what does the camp setup look like tonight? I'd like to establish a default, and then I'll ask you with special circumstances.
Dietrich kind of sets up his tent sort of a little ways outside, just outside the range of the fire, and just finds the highest point he could to act as a lookout.
So you are on like a completely, basically flat terrain right now, so that's not really going to be an option.
I mean, I find the highest point I could find, even if it's just a little small, tiny hill.
If you want to get like incredibly far away, you can, but if you're trying to camp with the other difference,
I
is
don't.
going to be basically non-existent.
That's fine.
Rhea would have set herself up a little bit, a decent distance away from the fire, close enough that it still provides light, but she's keeping a healthy distance from it. And she's very likely going to buy a tent at the trading post because she does not currently have a tent, and she has rapidly come to realize that not having a tent sucks, and she doesn't like it, so she's going to be getting a tent. But for right now, she does not have a tent, and so her bedroll and stuff is set up at the edge of the light of the fire. In the future, it'll be her tent set up there, but right now she doesn't have a tent.
Okay. What about everyone else?
Creston, he also doesn't have a tent. He'll also buy one with you. And his bedroll is set up right right at the entrance. His bedroll is surprisingly not as complex as his outfit would suggest. And he's standing at the ready. His sword that's twice the size of him at the ready.
Nice.
That's a big sword.
Thanks.
It would.
Thanks. I'm planning to kill giants with it.
Oh.
Darkassin quietly removes and folds his crushed velvet doublet and lays by the fire. Though he's trying to elevate himself and be fancy, he's no stranger to roughing it, trying to survive, being from northern Brevoy.
Rhea will comment back that, well, I wasn't aware there were too many giants in these parts, but I'm sure you'll be ready when if we encounter some.
Well, I didn't mean literal giants, but I can handle those as well.
If you guys want to give me some like knowledge local checks, I could like give you some information to confirm or deny that giant.
Yeah, I will do that.
Sure. Rhea, not exactly the most knowledgeable about knowledge, good at knowledge skills, so.
At the very
Okay,
least,
wait.
you guys have heard rumors of giants down here before, but I might be able to give you a proper
Okay,
answer.
just just a knowledge local thing.
Yeah, assuming you have a point in it, you have to have a point in knowledge skills column.
Okay, never mind. I don't. I am completely clueless, just like my character.
That's
Rhea
fine.
does not actually have a point in knowledge local. She has a point in knowledge nobility.
Yeah, we're stupid together.
Oh, you're not stupid.
I actually can confirm my guy is stupid.
Rhea is not stupid. Rhea just doesn't get very many skill points.
My race has a -2 to intelligence, and intelligence is one of his lowest stats.
Ah.
There's literally no one
Wow.
here who's stupid. Like, you're average. You have average
I know,
intelligence.
I know, but I like playing him as a himbo, and a himbo I shall portray him as.
Okay.
Nice.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. That's cool.
That is
That's how you
fine.
want to play your character. That's a cool way to do it.
Yeah, I just feel like it would be funny.
Looking at skills, just double checking. The only the only person who even has a modifier for knowledge local is Rhea, but is that just because of your? You have a bonus to
It's
it?
just she has a bonus to it because of intelligence. We added it because I believe you could roll knowledge untrained, but you can't get a better than a 10 result. but
And
maybe I'm
10 is
wrong.
assumed knowledge, so there's no
Ah.
reason to roll. Unless you're questioning the fact that someone should have that assumed knowledge, like a himbo.
Ah, okay. Okay. Yep. No, the only thing she has to knowledge local is just her intelligence bonus, which is +2 because she has the 14 intelligence.
Nice. Question about that map I shared with you guys earlier. Did everyone throw it away already? Or are you holding on to it still?
I'm holding on to it.
Okay.
On the hotbar.
We're gonna use that a lot, so you should put that on the hotbar. If you don't know how to do that, take the blue piezo symbol in the top left. It looks like a little giant, and drag that onto one of the buttons on the hotbar. Just as I will be doing a refresher for a lot of stuff today. If you hold Shift, Control, Alt, or any combination of those three, you can give yourself access to another 12 slots on the hotbar for a total of 72 hotbars if you guys feel like you need it. I'd love to see the justification for that, but don't feel obligated to.
I
I
don't
wanted
see a
to
little piezo symbol.
in the top left of the map. Did you already blow it up?
I just see the
It's a purple ribbon.
oh, the ribbon. Yeah. Sorry.
That's the piezo symbol. It's supposed to be a giant with his holding something.
Oh, okay. I'm trying to drag it to the hotbar, but it doesn't seem to be going there.
Are you like seeing a visual indication that you're holding the item when you're dragging it?
I'm seeing a visual indication I'm holding the ribbon.
Yeah, and then drag it down into the hotbar. Let go.
And nothing's happening. The hotbar being the bar on the right, right?
No, those are
On the bottom.
sidebars. The hotbars, the empty
Oh.
slots on the bottom of the
I'm sorry.
server.
Okay, now it worked. I'm sorry. I'm learning.
And you
all
won't
good.
see that piezo symbol if you blow the image up. I do recommend it for stuff that we're going to be in them. You can blow images up using the arrow that's pointing up into,
Ah.
and that'll make it a background, so nothing can get behind that. But you can only have one image blown up at a time. So if you place it, you'll have to pull the image back up.
Okay,
I just
that
wanted to
makes sense.
confirm that you guys could see the outline of the map and that you could see the two.
There's like a box, a rectangle, right? And then there's the two hexes that are exposed that we can
Yes.
see.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay,
No
cool.
issues here.
Awesome. I was confident I set it up right, but I wanted to make sure. I had to like unmask a bunch of stuff, make it so you could see the outline, because otherwise, kind of a pain for you guys to understand what was going on. But I'm glad to hear it works. Much easier to confirm when there are people here. Let's talk about watches. How long you guys will rest on the average. Is there a specific order you guys want to do watches in? If not, I always just... a thing where we can talk about this is if you go to the party sheet in the top right, you guys will have two little tabs on that party sheet. One's the inventory. When I throw items into the game, that's where you guys can grab them from. The other one is the order box. In there, we can establish like your watch order, and then we can establish your default marching formation. I don't know, like we'll probably end up using that in this campaign a lot more since traveling is a part of this. But is there a certain way you guys want to set up watch, or do you guys not really care for the order that happens in?
Rhea's preference would be to take the last watch.
Okay. Does anyone else have a preference?
Dietrich, go ahead.
I was just going to say I can fill any spot. I don't care.
If there aren't
Dietrich
any
will probably-
preferences, sorry.
I was just going to say Dietrich will probably prefer the first watch, first or second. So,
Cool.
preferably the first.
Going to assign watches. There is now an established order for the watches, numbered 1 through 5. Like we're going Dietrich, Creston, Darkazan, whenever Christopher ends up joining, Rylan, finally Rhea. If everyone is doing a watch tonight, they could comfortably do like a 9-hour sleep rotation where you all took part in that. You could all get your 8 hours, which is important for spellcasting, all that fun stuff.
That's fine by me. Just the one thing I'd note is that when Rhea is on watch, Essia is also on watch.
Good to know. Is there anything special you guys do on watch I should know about?
Not at the moment, for me.
Other than that, as soon as Rhea gets up, she will summon Nessia so that they're on watch together. There's nothing specific she does, though she would not, as I mentioned before, she would not be standing near the fire. She'd be on sort of the edge of the area.
Okay. Cool.
I will just point out for Dietrich, a regular routine is he likes to wander around the campfire, sort of just keeping an eye out towards the wilderness.
What is the standard like formation you guys are going in as we walk through this or like walk down this trail heading to the south the following morning? I'll tell you right now, the night you guys are having before you go to Oleg's is peaceful. A light breeze that slowly builds up until partway through like your guys' breakfast.
If we're talking about marching order, Dietrich would probably prefer to be somewhere in the front, off to the side, one of the flanks.
I should probably be one of the people in the front as well.
Yeah?
Knowing my fragility, I would probably be behind the fighter.
Rhea would probably be somewhere in the middle, with Nessia being sort of next to her, but able to move up into the front line if needed. So I guess Nessia would probably be like right next to Rhea on the right.
Okay. I'm not gonna throw Ray on there because that means I have to have her in the party sheet, which then means every time I do stuff related to the party, she'd be included. But I can make a note of that. And this is just like a default assumption for us, like following a path. That's what this is. I just threw like based off what you guys said without any detailed input, like the order in there. Is there anyone unhappy with their positioning?
I'm good with it.
Oh, if you own a horse, this would be a time to let everyone know.
Oh yeah. Dietrich rides a brown, sort of muscular, full thoroughbred.
Okay. Luckily for you, Dietrich, this whole trek has just kind of been a nice casual horse ride. You definitely could have got there quite a bit quicker if everyone else had a horse, but on the bright side, you didn't have to ride too hard.
Yeah.
Rhea plans to obtain a horse once the funds have become available to do so.
That sounds right to me.
First goal, get a horse.
Well, first goal, buy tent. Second goal, buy horse.
The simple needs.
Yep.
Hey, you gotta start somewhere, right? Like, you don't just gotta start off ruling a kingdom, you gotta work towards that.
I
Yep.
know.
And when you roll one above the minimum for your wealth by level, you have to be very conservative in what you pick. For your starting wealth, I mean.
Oh, you are unlucky, Jesus.
Yeah. Yes,
That's why I
had
take average.
I had 30 gold.
30? Oh my god.
I have a knife,
Rip.
I have a sling, and I have a kit.
Okay, everyone protect him.
Oh, and well, no, she has the knife, the sling, the kit, and she was able to buy leather armor. Huzzah!
Oh, note with the kits, anyone who bought them, if you haven't, break the items apart from the kit because the kit doesn't factor in the weights. I think I recall seeing a sheet that just had a kit on it.
Yeah, I deliberately didn't factor in the weight of the kit because in combat she would just drop it.
Well, it's important to have all the items on the sheet. That's what I'm getting.
Ah, okay.
Also, please tell me you have a backpack for everything you're carrying.
Oh
Hold on.
boy.
Didn't the kit include a backpack? I can afford a
Actually,
backpack.
the
I have the
kit
gold
does
for a
include a
backpack.
backpack, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I think there's a few classes that it doesn't. That's why I ask. Cool. Then after a few hours of walking, you realize that the weather is building up very quickly. It's starting to get very windy outside. But fortunately for you, you see Oleg's trading post kind of just off in the distance. Not many details I'm going to provide for you from now, but this should be like a moment of relief, like the beginning of your journey is finally here, or maybe this long trek through the southern portion of Brevoy is finally done. Something along those lines. And it'll take you probably about another 2 hours before you can actually properly get to Oleg's. But when you do get there, you see a pretty well fortified palisade that you have to get around. You have to walk around from like the back side of it to the front. You see a couple broken down catapults on the few portions of the palisade that you can see. They look like they're old and in disrepair. Definitely not usable. But when you walk around to the front gate, it looks like it's been replaced by this like very crude construction. A couple of recently built double doors and a giant piece of an oak tree that's used as the top for this gate. Both the double doors are opened up, and on the inside, you can actually see a decent chunk of the building, the complex, in fact. And I'll share this with you before I start describing any more. Should have a decent amount of vision on this map I just shared with you.
Mm-hmm.
If there's any kind of problems, please let me know. There
Good.
is a wagon that sits empty, maybe 20 feet inside the complex, in the middle of what looks like some kind of courtyard. You can see multiple buildings of varying sizes in front of you, as well as one part of what looks like a long table with benches. You can hear the sounds of someone hammering something.
As we start to enter the complex, Dietrich puts his right hand on his on the tip of his hand axe, like he's ready to grab it at any moment.
And just puts his hand on his shoulder, just shakes his head with a smile and walks off.
When you guys are moving your
It's going
tokens, please do it very slowly anytime we're on maps. I just want to confirm where you guys are going, and I might ask you all to stop at any given point.
Okay, I'll just put mine right at the entrance, like just before the entrance. Like, I mean, not just before, I mean just after the entrance.
Isn't the door shut?
No, like
Oh,
I
it's
said,
open.
it's open.
Oh,
That's
I'm
why you
sorry,
can
I
see in
misheard.
there. As you guys get to the point that Creston is at, you can see a big, burly man, very hairy, with bright red short hair and a nice tight beard, working on the top of this small building that Kazan has started walking towards. When you come around the corner, he just stops for a second. He looks up, takes a few steps forward as he's on top of the building, like working on some shingles. Now he's like over the edge of it, and he just yells towards the building opposite of him, and he says, "Svetlana, they're here." See him crawl back down, and he starts working away at the shingles again.
Well, we should find this Fendlaza. I think that's how you pronounce it.
Svetlana.
Fet, I cannot speak today.
A lot of the names you're gonna hear from Brevoy are like Eastern European. Svetlana is an example of that.
Yeah. We should go find her.
I agree. It looks like Oleg is busy doing repairs, so I guess we should speak to his wife.
I'm guessing he was like yelling towards the like other building on the other side.
North of you, yes.
Okay, then north we go.
As you guys make it towards the intersection, probably once you get to the bench, you see the front doors of the building in front of you open up, and a young, attractive woman in very humble-looking clothes comes out the door, kind of speed walking in your direction, and she comes up to you and says, "Hello, my name's Svetlana. This is my husband Oleg," and she gestures up like you can't see him, but like in the direction he was in a moment ago. And obviously, like Oleg doesn't say anything. So a moment later, she goes, "And this is my husband Oleg." And then Oleg, you see him crawl up over the V on the roof, and he waves, like kind of lifts his hand up with hammer in hand at you guys before he crawls back down. He's very busy this morning. Please come sit down. We got a letter but a few days ago. I'm glad to see they finally sent someone.
Was she inviting us to like sit inside or at like the table here?
At the
or...
table next to you guys.
Dietrich doesn't quite sit, but rather just kind of stands over here at the corner.
Yeah, Rhea will take a seat and say that she. I appreciate the warm welcome, and I'm sure that the rest of us do as well. I believe she's supposed to present the the charter now, or was she supposed to present it to Oleg specifically?
You were told to deliver it to Oleg or his wife.
Okay. So Rhea will get out the charter, and you were also instructed to deliver this to either you or your husband. So here you are, and she's going to hand over the charter to Svetlana.
Perfect. Svetlana looks over the charter and she's like, "So official. It's been so long since I've seen anything like this." And she starts reading through it. It takes her a few moments. Is there anything you want to add while she's reading this? Okay. She reads through it, and she says, "Great, you already know about what's going on. The bandits are supposed to show up tomorrow morning. I'm actually surprised at the timing. My husband was worried that you wouldn't be here in time."
You are being threatened by the bandits?
Like a shocked look mask her face, and she's, yeah, yes, that's why we requested for assistance from Brevoy.
Out of character, we didn't know that there was a specific request sent to Brevoy for help, did we?
No.
I don't think that was. Yeah.
I get perception checks from everyone.
Perception?
Yeah.
Perception. That's suspicious.
Right.
Oh, so close.
Oh wait. Oh, I forgot to change my die. Give me a second.
Also, John, because we're in a new game, you'd need to reset the color of your die.
Yeah, I just realized that. I'm changing the color right now.
All good.
There's Nessia's, and then I'll roll Rhea's. Hold on.
There we go. Nice baby blue.
You want to throw a perception check out there, Griffin? Awesome. Okay. Well, kind of funny. Nessia and Rhea both notice like Oleg as he comes around the corner closest to Dietrich. He says, "Not even surprised. They sent you over here. They didn't even tell you about the bandits." His face is a little red.
Yes, unfortunately, it seems we were not fully informed. The charter mentioned that there were bandits, but not that you were specifically under attack. But I am very glad that we were able to get here in time. I'm sure that the rest of us will be. I can speak for myself and say that I'm certain that I am willing to help you, and I believe that the rest of my compatriots are as well. And she sort of looks at the others. Gestures.
Creston stands, kind of like tugs his sword a little and says, "Yep, I'm at the ready. Just tell me when."
Oleg just throws his arms up as he looks at all of you, and Svetlana, of course. Those goddamn horse-drawn pieces, and then it gets censored. And Svetlana kind of gets up and just kind of slightly like walks over with a little bit of speed in her step, a little bit of a gait, and goes over and counsels her husband, trying to get him to calm down a little bit. As she's doing that, she says, "I ask that you help us with this bandit issue. We can tell you anything you need to know about them, but it's been a cur on us for months, and it would be appreciated if you could stop them."
Of course. I'd be happy to help.
If you can
How
take
many of
care
them
of
are
them,
there?
we'll give you free stay for 2 days. And she looks over at her husband, who he nods as you see he's kind of calmed down a little bit. "We can give you 2 days free stay if you help us."
Dietrich gives a loud huff as he strokes the blade of his axe and says, "They'll be dead by tomorrow night."
Uh, Rhea sort of slightly awkwardly, she's sort of tugging at the gloves that cover her hands, but then she at that looks at Dietrich a bit before looking back over at Svetlana and Oleg and asks, "Do you know how many of them are likely to show up tomorrow?"
As they're kind of walking around you guys back to where Svetlana was, kind of like next to Darkassin, the husband, Oleg, crossing his hands as he separates from his wife. As she sits down, he stands there and says, "They've been coming here for 3 months to," and then he separates his arm and puts parentheses up, "collect taxes," as they call it. They threatened to burn down the trading posts. And if, my love, if you wouldn't mind, you could go grab the memento they left us. Is yes, my husband. He steps up, bows at all of you, and says, "One moment, please." Hurries off into the building she came from to the north of you. As soon as she closes the door, he looks back to confirm that she's gone, and he says, "They also threatened to take Svetlana and use her for their own amusement back at their camp. The only way they weren't going to do this is if I gave them all my furs and trading goods, stuff I'd spent months collecting." Ever since then,
Sorry, I didn't mean to click that.
it's all good. Ever since then, they've come back twice. Each time, an hour before sunrise, at the beginning of the month. They have, as they put it, taught us to have our taxes ready to hand over to them quickly. They always seem very eager for us to get all of our stuff in their possessions as quickly as possible so they can leave. And then you see Svetlana come out, and she brings out a dress that looks like it's a little bit of a higher quality dress than the one she has on right now. And you can see that it's been torn in about half a dozen places, like people pulling on it or it getting stuck on something.
Okay. Oh,
And-
sorry. Are you done? Sorry.
Yeah, that's as far as I was going
Oh,
for now.
sorry. I just didn't realize. Okay. Um, I have a weird question. Is Robin Hood a thing in this universe?
I mean, Robin Hood himself isn't, but the concept is.
Okay. Okay. What would be the name for that? Because I go. Okay. Um. Actually, never mind. Um. Carson is going to like put his hand down on the table and says, we're like that one fairy tale. We're going to steal from the rich and give to the poor. Don't worry."
At the very least, we're certainly going to help you. And she's gonna look at Oleg. We certainly are not going to let the thing you talked about happen.
Now that Svetlana has had a moment to like show the dress, Oleg kind of just gestures back towards the door, and Svetlana once again, she kind of just does a little curtsy for all you guys before she goes and takes it back in. My wife seems to believe that because of the time they show up, that they might have a camp somewhere within a day's journey. I could believe it. You see him like lick his lips nervously.
So I could take my horse and scout the area. Maybe find out where they're camping. Determine their numbers for myself.
Okay. Oleg. Question. Where where would you say the most traffic comes from?
The road you came in on is where we get most of our traffic. We get some of the hunters and trappers farther south in the directions the bandits come from. It's mostly the road.
Oh, I found my guard post. See you later, guys. He just walks off.
So, Is going to look over at Oleg and ask, so, what sort of defenses do you have here that could help in putting these bandits to flight?
There isn't much here that we have to fight them with. We're not fighters.
I understand. It's it's our job to help you, not your job to help us.
If there's anything I can do to help, I will. And you see Svetlana come back out. As long as my wife has nothing to do with it. Feel free to look around the trading posts as long as you're not going into any of the rooms in the main building. Have free reign of the guest rooms. He kind of gestures to the south where he was working on it. You could stay there tonight if you'd like. Also have a storage pen, an empty stable.
Okay, it just kind of kicked me out of the game for some reason.
Thing. Yeah, and maybe walking around should be relative to how long we're having the conversation, because you just did a walk in the complex in like 12-second period.
Sorry.
So,
I'd have been wandering around the
you
whole time. I
for-
just didn't know I could.
thank you for your hospitality, and I believe we will. At least I can say that I will, and I will talk to my fellows and see if everyone is in agreement that we'll stay here and then drive off the bandits upon the morrow.
Svetlana looks over at Urea and she says, Thank you so much. I can't understate how much we appreciate this. Right, Oleg? Like, smiling. He looks over at him and he says, Of course.
Rhea will basically smile at both of them.
Okay. If there is nothing else you want to talk about with them, at this point, Oleg would say, they just began, and I need to finish roofing the guest rooms. If you need me for anything, I'll be up there. Nods as he nods at you, and then hugs his wife and walks back the way he came from. And Svetlana, as soon as he dips around the corner, just says, if there's anything I can help you with, I'll be inside the trading post. Thank you so much, Rhea.
They're happy to help, she will say again, and give sort of a wave as Svetlana goes back into the trading post. So, where did Creston go? Oh, he went to the door. Okay.
Yeah, I said he would. I mean, he literally said that he was going to become a guard right there. So.
Yeah. Hold on, I was just checking because I couldn't see on the map because I was zoomed in too far up. I was like, where'd he go? There he is. Okay.
You guys should be expecting guards tomorrow morning at like an hour before daylight.
Maybe we should explore the area right around the trading post. Familiarize ourselves with it. There might be something we can use against the bandits. Better to know what's going on, I think. She sort of directs it at Dietrich in particular, since he's the one who seems very battle-hardened. Looking to her.
I give it a nod and readies my horse. Starts riding off to examine the area.
To be honest, there isn't much to tell you about in the like immediate area. This trading post is still at like the edge of this like plains, basically a prairie that you guys are on. There's the road connecting to the front gate that kind of bends around it in this L shape. It literally would look like a capital L if you zoomed out from the map. You won't be able to see it, but just as an example. And far to the south, like 15, 20 miles, you what looks like a forest, and off to the right-hand side towards the west, and some mountainous terrain on your left to the.
Real quick, did they mention where the bandits were coming from at all?
Yeah, to the south,
Okay.
somewhere in that forest. Always show up an hour, like within an hour after sunlight.
I'll go take a quick ride to the edge of this forest to the south and try to see if I could find
That's not a quick ride. Very long ride.
Okay, never mind then. I didn't know how far away it was.
Yeah, no, like I said, with the traveling rules, if you want to get across the tile you're in, it's like 4 hours.
Right. Yeah, after I finish my scan to perimeter and find nothing that could be really particularly useful, I'm just gonna report back.
So you are gonna head out towards the edge of the forest? That's what you're doing?
No. I'm just going to finish my scan of the immediate perimeter before
Okay.
heading back.
Hey, you guys already saw a decent amount of it because you came up along, like from the south along the left side of this trading post. And it seems like there are 4 of these decrepit catapults. And like I said, you guys have free reign to go into different rooms, but if you do, I can like give you some descriptions and whatnot. In the back, it looks like there are some compost pits. That's what those covered grates are. Looks like Rhea's in the stables right now.
Yep, she's just gone into. She and Nessia went in to take a look.
Okay, and this
See
is
what's there.
This is not a joke. It literally says, normally I would just tell you there's a horse in here, but there's something funny about this horse. It is a very jittery one. There's one jittery horse in here. You can see 4 other stalls, all of which are empty.
There's some 4 stalls. I'll probably take my horse and settle it up in there.
So, what does the jittery horse look like?
Just like a light horse. There isn't anything particularly special about it besides that. Probably Kellish stock.
Would it be perception to look and see if we can find something that would be making the horse jittery?
You could, but there isn't anything you're gonna see around here that's making it jittery, so I'm not gonna ask you for it.
Oh, okay.
Sometimes,
No, well-
so the reason I said it like that is because I was just gonna say no, but sometimes if I tell you no, there's a reason for it. It's not me trying to be a dick. It's because either you're not gonna find anything, or it would be impossible for you to find something.
Mhm. Okay, not a problem. I just was Rhea and Nessia will they notice the horse is acting odd, and they'll look around, but they won't see anything, and then they're gonna move back out.
How would you act if a giant jellyfish approached you?
That is fair. Actually, Nessie is gonna move out. Rhea's gonna go back in. Does the horse seem more normal, or does the horse seem all freaked still?
No, it does not. It still seems jittery when you come in.
Okay. Rhea's gonna go back out, and she's gonna turn to Nessie, and she's gonna say, "No, I don't think it was you." And then Nessia seems to like wiggle the tentacles like up and down as if nodding. Incidentally, Nessia can talk. She just hasn't yet. Eidolons are capable of speaking all languages their summoner is. She doesn't talk much. She mostly listens.
Good.
This
Dark
one.
Hansen.
Hey, quick note. I've seen that there's been a few messages in Discord. I won't be looking at outside programs when I run these games, so if you private message me, give me a whisper in here or a verbal, confirmation that you've sent me a message.
Got it.
Something like that, though, Griffin, you should just ask. You don't need to PM me about that.
Cool, it was testing the feature and asking at the same time.
Do you know how detect magic works? He
I
asked,
should
can
just
I detect
detect
magic to
magical
look...
auras in the area, right?
Yeah, but it's directional, and it's based on location, and how long you do it.
Oh. Well then, never mind.
That's a 60-foot cone, so if you pointed a cone from where you are right now at the barn, I would tell you in the majority of the barn, like, where this is what a 60-foot cone would look like from where you are.
Gotcha.
I would be like, yes or no, there's magic, and then the longer you do it, the more details I could provide you. So normally
Nessia
detect
lights up like a
magic...
Christmas tree.
Yeah, detect magic is used for two things. One, if you're just trying to check a big area and be like, is there magic? Or two, if you specifically know something's magic, like you kill someone and you detect magic on their body. Those are the two best ways to use detect magic.
Gotcha. Yeah, no, he's just kind of doing a sweep looking for anything that might be magical and or valuable.
Okay. I would say the only place you're gonna find magic, like if you dedicate time to doing this, if you just do like a few general sweeps with your hand, you can narrow down the area. But there's definitely magic that you can get emanating from the trading post itself.
Gotcha.
Presumably they
am I able to
sell
drill
or
down on
own,
that?
presumably they sell or own magical items. Yeah, if you focus on it, you can tell that it's not a particularly strong magical aura. Here, I can actually even give you... I want to say that the strongest aura you feel is of the illusion.
Darkassin mentions to the group that there might be some illusory shenanigans at play.
Why do you believe there are shenanigans?
I'm detecting illusory shenanigans.
Rhea is going to turn on detect magic and look at the trading post.
I mean, yeah, if he points you in the right direction, you get the same sense if you focus on it long enough.
Well, I mean, it's a trading post. them to have items that give off a magical aura makes sense. I don't see what's suspicious about this.
While they're having a little moment, Dietrich's gonna prop himself up on the palisade, just kind of stand guard.
And as a note to get on the Palisades, if you haven't noticed it yet, there are a few ladders around the edges of the Palisade. So to get up there, you can either go next to the right-hand side of the trading post, or down by the southern side of the barn.
Okay.
You can just throw yourself up there if you want to. I'm just letting you know that's the way you'd have to do it.
Right. Okay.
I guess if
Yeah.
you wanted to climb up, you could, but that would be, no real reason for you to do that at the moment.
I'll just go by way of the trading post.
Okay. Is Creston just gonna chill down by the open doors?
Well, for now, he's just kind of keeping guard.
Okay.
Right now, Ray is just waiting for Darkhassen to answer as to why trading post having some magic items in it is suspicious.
Griffin.
Out of character, temporarily disconnected, trying to reconnect right now.
Okay. But I mean,
In character, Darkhassen chills by the fire for a little bit.
are you ignoring what Ray is asking you?
Sorry, I was trying to reconnect. What was it?
Rhea said that, well, it's a trading post, and they likely sell some magical items. I don't see why they're being magic, even illusion, considering illusions are fairly common magics. Would be suspicious. Especially given these aren't particularly powerful auras.
I don't really trust people. Sorry. Speaking from experience here.
Fair enough. I
Does-
just was curious.
We'll just keep an eye on it.
Does Rhea know anything about, like, Drow? If you don't have a direct answer for that, you could totally just roll me a knowledge local, and we could come up with something.
She doesn't have knowledge local as a skill.
That's fair.
I don't think she knows much. I think she knows that there's a type of elf that's bad, but I think that's the extent of her knowledge.
Perfect. And I don't know if Griffin is, like, intentionally, but, like, Drow are known for their enchantment and illusion magic, so I thought that might be part of tradition.
Oh yeah, out of character, totally get it. In character,
Not at all.
Rhea's got a very different way of looking at things than Darkhassen does, I think. which is cool. But after that, Rhea is gonna head over. Oh, okay, that makes it awkward. There's the other people are in two different places.
What?
Oh, I guess she's gonna head over to Lord Preston. And she already sort of thinks this might not be the most effective thing ever, but she's going to go over and she's going to ask, so, what sort of experience do you have in combat?
It might be helpful to address names in case there's people not noticing what you're doing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
You hover over tokens, it'll provide names.
Right. So, Creston, what sort of experience do you have? I know that you have a very impressive sword, and you look like you know how to use it. I'm just curious what sort
Oh,
of experience you have in combat.
oh, I have done a lot of sword practice my with my um with my lord's instructor. I still have some time to actually get used to the weight, but that should be not a problem.
So, do you have any thoughts on what we should do when the bandits show up?
Um, we kill them, keep one alive, and go to and go to their base. Simple as that.
Okay. Well,
So one thing does bother me.
oh,
Um, if we kill the ones coming tomorrow, won't they just send an envoy to kill us?
well, part of our task here is to clear out the bandits. So if we take care of the group tomorrow and they send more, well, then we'll just be clearing more of them out, won't we?
Yes, that would also put two civilians in danger. I would rather strike at the source.
Well, we know that some of them are coming here tomorrow, and we know that them coming here puts those two civilians in danger, simply because either those two civilians give them their worldly possessions, or worse things happen. I think that at the very least, this is the ground on which we fight tomorrow.
Oh, I understand that, but we should keep one alive just so we can find the base.
It makes a lot of sense.
Anyways, can you stand guard here? I need to buy a tent.
Sure.
Thank you. He walks off. He goes to find Olog.
He
Where's
would still, like, it hasn't been that long. You guys have only been here like less than 10 minutes. So he would still be working on the guest house.
Oh, which building is that one?
The guest house is the one to the bottom right.
Okay. I'm technically in front of it. Let me go around. There's no entrance to this place.
Well, he's not
There
inside
is-
it, he's on top of it, so it doesn't really matter. You can just walk over to like the bottom.
There is a door. It's currently marked as closed, though. You gotta
Oh,
hover
okay.
and
So
you can open it.
can I
from
just
inside.
yell to Olog?
Yeah, he's on top of the building. Just yell at him.
Hey, hey, Olog. Do you have a tent I can buy?
We haven't had anyone come in recently buying any tents or dropping any off. You can go ask Svetlana, but I doubt it.
Okay. Thank you. And he just walks off to find her.
Yeah, last place you saw her go was into the trading post itself.
I'm guessing that's the far left building.
Yeah. No,
Really?
that's the barn to the top right.
Oh, top right.
Yeah. So this main hallway right here it would, like, you don't see it, but it's like full of different stuff that you could buy. And like the back is where most of it is.
Do I see a tent or at least something that can be MacGyvered into a tent?
Not really. I actually have a list of everything that's in stock right now, and no,
I'll get one next time.
they don't. Like, the closest thing they have, and you can question this all you want, is they have 2 collapsible trampolines.
Why do they have that and no tent? Like, Peso, what are you doing?
I
Oh, so they don't have a this isn't like a Peso thing. This is a generator made for Kingmaker that someone made.
Oh,
It's just meant to
Look, I mean-
generate items.
Look, I mean, I should be questioning it, but I actually have mad respect for these two to have two collapsible trampolines.
They buy and sell what they can be provided. There's a bedroll if you want one.
I think I already have a bedroll because of the fighter's kit. Um, give me a second, just look it up.
They have a lot of stuff, but they do not have tents.
Well, I guess I have to share a tent with someone.
I mean, you could ask Svetlana; she might have something.
Okay, yeah. I go up to her and say, hey, you, the person that cannot pronounce your name.
I believe in you.
Sorry. May I ask if you have anything that could at least function as a tent?
Don't have any tents in stock currently, but if you'd like, I could put a request in. It might take some time, but we could get tents brought down here.
Oh yeah, that would be perfect. Thank you.
It'll get set up with the next hunter or trapper.
Okay. And then I'll leave, and I'm going to go back to my position because my boy ready.
Yeah, and you'll see that Rhea is not standing by the gate, but Nessia is standing by the gate.
I give
Like,
I give
waves
it
a
a high
tentacle.
five.
Okay, I guess you high five one of Nessia's tentacles.
Let's see if this
And you-
works. Is that just a big blank line?
Yes.
Oh, no, the top has stuff on it.
But the top has some stuff.
That's everything they have in there.
Okay, that explains the illusion stuff.
Ooh, a longbow.
How do you have a masterwork backpack? What does a masterwork backpack do?
Masterwork
I have
backpacks
no
treat
idea.
your strength as one higher when it comes to encumbrance.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that was a thing. That's cool.
Okay. May I ask how much the longbow is?
I'm sure it's the same price as a regular old-fashioned longbow. Yeah, 75 gold.
Damn. Okay, never mind.
Right. So.
And
Rhea
when
was
you
going to
come
go
in and you ask her about that, and she gives a response, she also says, this is all the stuff we'll need to pack up tonight. So it's ready in the morning for the bandits.
Darkassin is eager to help Oleg stop these bandits from cutting into his trampoline profits.
No one gets in the way of my
Like,
trampolines.
You guys are questioning it, but it was probably like other adventurers such as yourselves that were like, we don't need these collapsible trampolines anymore.
anymore. Yeah. So
Oh,
Rhea's
I'm
gonna
not.
go.
Sorry.
Rhea was gonna go up to talk to Dietrich, since Dietrich definitely seems battle hardened and a little bit less. Well, a little bit less Creston than Creston.
Yeah, Dietrich's on the ramparts, just kind of making sure his bow's in good order.
She's gonna go up to Dietrich and she's going to ask. So for tomorrow, I think we should have some sort of plan, because we have these walls and the fort seems pretty, like, the post seems pretty defendable. I think maybe you on one side and like I'd be on the other side, and then we'd have the people who can fight down sort of waiting. Like, I know Nessia can fight, and I certainly get the impression Creston can.
Yes, well, if you have any long range capabilities, having you on the other side will certainly help.
Well, I can throw stuff at them. But mostly it keeps me out of easy reach for them because I don't do so well fighting up close. She sort of is awkwardly fidgeting with the with her long gloves again.
In that case, make sure you take cover behind these palisades. They'll keep you safe.
Thanks. She will sort of smile again, and then she's going to be heading off again. Though I'm not sure if she's going. She's not really going anywhere specific this time.
As a note, I'm noticing on the map there's a big log above the main gate. Does that look like it could be pushed down in front of it by any chance?
So that's the log I was describing earlier that forms the top of the frame for the gate. So, like, if you put a bunch of effort into it, you could, but then the gate wouldn't hold up.
That's true.
Like, it's a fixture. Like, there would be, like, carpentry involved in taking this apart.
Do any of us have craft carpentry? I know that's actually a skill.
Or profession carpenter.
That too. Yeah, that.
Or knowledge engineering. I would accept both of those. That's
I take a
also
look
you
at this
guys.
catapult.
That's you guys breaking down the the front gate. There won't be a gate if you do that.
Oh,
I was thinking
Rhea's
of
not
using it as
planning
a-
to break down the gate.
I was thinking of using it as a kind of a way to block them off. A block into point of entry.
So that the catapults, like everyone can tell this with the catapults, they're in like a state of disrepair. These haven't been used and only the gods know how long. If you gave me a knowledge engineering, I could give you some more insight into it, but in its current state, it's not being used. Even know if there's anyone in the party who has that. I doubt it because people think it's unimportant. You guys are going to be
only
running a
have-
kingdom though, which involves building, so someone knowing how stuff works could be helpful in the future.
This is very true. Unfortunately, Rhea only has 2 skill points natively.
Engineering's a
She will-
background skill.
So is knowledge nobility.
There's 2 points.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah, they're not being used. I'm sorry.
Unimpressed with the catapults, Darkassin goes back to take a nap on the stables.
Do you guys want to do anything else with the rest of your day? Like unless you have nothing else to do, we can jump forward to tonight.
No, nothing for me, anyways.
Nothing's coming to mind that Rhea and Essia would do, other than that Rhea would have probably asked Preston if there had been any tents.
Nothing can MacGyver unless you really like trampolines.
Well, I'm glad we can stay here for a few nights.
Yeah, on that note, Griffin, I don't know if you want, but there is like a guest room that you could stay in if you don't want to hang out in the bar.
Nope, Darkassin's kind of an antisocial, sullen jerk, so he's just gonna be a little loner and have his little pout party in the stable.
Okay.
He's fulfilling his edgy drow heritage.
So much edge.
In the corner, sulking.
Okay, then the next event that would pop up for the day is like an hour before the sun begins to set. Oleg would finish with his work for the day and go to the trading post, and him and Svetlana would begin loading up the wagon with all of the supplies, all the wares that Preston saw earlier for the bandits tomorrow. As Oleg and Svetlana are coming out, Svetlana stops for a moment to talk to. It seems like Rhea's the de facto chatter, the one in charge, at least as far as they're concerned. So she'll stop to talk to Rhea. She'll say they have us keep the wagons stocked up. A handful of them will show up and unload it in the morning. We're supposed to leave the gates open and the wagon packed.
Well, tomorrow I don't think they'll be finding as easy to take your sorry. Tomorrow I don't think they'll find it so easy to take your property as they have before. We're not going to let them do that.
Gotta protect those trampolines.
Of course, of course. My husband didn't say you had a specific plan, so we were just going along with what we normally do. Make it look as unsuspicious as possible.
Oh no, that makes a lot of sense. After all, if the bandits think everything is going to go normally, they won't be on guard when they approach. Makes sense to me. And she's going to smile.
Svetlana, she smiles back at you, and though she's had a warm look about her all day, this is definitely the smile that is most infectious. Oleg will come over and find is Dietrich just spending his day up there
Pretty much.
on the Palisades?
Yeah, just
Okay.
keep a look in case they
Um,
try to preemptive strike.
then after the load is done being filled up, Oleg is going to pull out like a tarp that's custom made for this wagon and put it over it. And he like kind of makes a comment over to Svetlana, and he's like, last month they were complaining about, and he's kind of saying this to both like Svetlana and Rhea. So last month they were complaining. It was midwinter. There was a light rain, like their stuff being damp. They made some threats that I wasn't too happy about.
Oh, you're going to be covering it this time because they complained, right?
I imagine they didn't want their supplies being ruined. I don't want mine being ruined either.
That makes sense. But if it's covered, then Ray is thinking.
Rhea.exe loading.
Well, if it's going to be covered, then maybe one of us should wait inside of the wagon to take them by surprise when they come in to get the goods. She's sort of thinking.
I think it would be terribly uncomfortable, but if one of you wants to squeeze in there, you can try, as long as you don't break anything.
She nods. Of course, we'll do our best.
Can I sleep
Svetlana
under the
smiles.
tarp?
You want to sleep under the tarp?
Yeah, on the carriage, pop out Trojan horse style.
I would say you're not going to get a proper night's rest if you do that. Did you look at the list of stuff in there?
Yeah, there's a lot.
There's a lot of shit.
But the good thing is, I think if you were to do that, I mean, if you were to want to do the ambush thing, we know that they come about an hour after dawn. So if we go to bed at a normal at a if we go to bed a bit early, and we sleep through the night, we get up, and then we can set the trap and set it and get everyone in position.
All right, just have your jellyfish like smack me in the face to wake me up.
I live on like I'm making some assumptions here based on Galorian lore, but I live at a like similar location to a lot of the terrain they're describing here. So when it comes to like daylight hours, I'm just gonna use the like real world parallels I have around here. So wintertime, probably not going to get some sun until like 8:30. And
Okay. So we don't have to go to bed early necessarily then.
yeah, so if I'm assuming you guys are getting up earlier than that because you're adventurers, but if you aren't, then just let me know. But for me, a regular adventuring day involves 16 hours of stuff going on, so I normally assume like 8 to 4 is the time for which people are relaxing, or like 8 to 5, so you have your 8 hours for everyone.
That makes sense.
So if you guys are doing a regular schedule like that, then you should be up a few hours before they get here. So if you want to do the surprise, you still could. That way you don't have to get a shitty night's rest.
Yeah. Basically,
sounds
there's no
fun.
reason to sleep in the wagon.
You should just pat it.
There's just so much edge.
No, I love that. I'm just imagining like, they're never going to expect me.
I'll never expect a Drowish Inquisition.
No one ever does.
Here they are, though.
It's like I didn't even know there was a Drowish Inquisition.
That's the
That's
whole
because it
point.
exists until now.
That's the whole point, man. No one expects it. 2 generations from now, no one will speak common. Everyone will speak undercommon.
Oh no! I swear to God, if that's what Griffin does, like I swear to God, if Griffin makes our fucking kingdom, its national language be undercommon.
That would like without enforcing it, there wouldn't be an easy way to like change common from being the common tongue.
I know, but
Yeah.
I feel like that would be a move.
Well, I mean, you guys are gonna have a kingdom eventually, so if you want to do some particularly shady shit, there's a lot of real world things you could do, like incentives for not using common. You could incentivize people to have certain behaviors, including not speaking common. So you could
Yeah,
make it.
I don't think Rhea is a big fan of forcing people
Oh.
to not speak common.
Totally a hypothetical. I know that's not gonna happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Crescent isn't, but I totally would.
It's just funny as an idea. No, it's funny.
Yeah, I would enforce undercommon just for the lulz.
After the setup with the wagon is all done, like I said, Oleg's gonna put the tarp on it, talk to you guys about that. He's then gonna walk over to Dietrich because it seems like he's staying in the same place all day. And he's gonna
I'm
be
not
like,
staying in exactly the same place, but I'm
But-
kind of just patrolling the walls.
yeah, you're on the palisade. And he walks over and finds you wherever you are, and he's like, I'm paying for everyone's meals and beds, but I'm gonna have to ask for 2 silver for the horse.
I kind of just give a silent nod and hand him a couple of silver.
He didn't even climb up the palisade. He's probably like down below you. It's like a 15-foot high palisade. You can toss him down to him if you want.
That's what I'm going to do.
Okay. Yeah, he catches him when you throw him down. He's like, "Thank you." Kind of just puts those 2 silver pieces into a little coin pouch he has. Crosses his arms and walks back off. As you see him come around the corner, Rhea, assuming you're like still there with Svetlana chatting with her. See as Oleg comes around the corner, starts like stretching his right arm and like twisting it, like he's trying to pull something.
So she's going to ask, "Are you okay?"
I used to be a hunter before I settled down here. Oh, war wound. Reason I had to stop.
See, is there anything we could do to help you with that?
I had a doctor look at it. There's a piece of an arrowhead in there that she couldn't extract. This time of year it always flares up.
Well, if there's anything we could do to help with that as well, I know it's not nearly as important as helping with the bandit problem, but someone who knows what long-term pain like that can be like, certainly do what I can to help. She's sort of fiddling with her hands as she says this, and seems a bit awkward.
Oh, unless that thing behind you practices medicine, I don't think there's anything you can help with. You and your friends want dinner. It's included in your stay. You can come join me and my wife. Give us about... He looks over at Svetlana, and Svetlana says, 15 minutes? I left it on the fire while we were loading this up. I just need to go check on it.
Thank you, and I'm sure we'll be right in. And no, unfortunately, Essia, and she sort of points at her friend. She does not have medical training. And she sort of laughs a little bit at that, and hears sort of a chiming sound come from Nessia. Might be something resembling laughter.
Do a perception check real quick, Rhea.
Sure.
You could have Nessia throw it out there too.
Okay. It's the wrong button. Hold on. Still getting used to the sheet. And there's Reyes for a 22, and yeah.
Nice.
And here's Nessia. Nessia not as good at it.
For a moment, you see the hardened exterior that is Oleg in his entirety. Relax for a moment, as what at first you assumed was a cough, you realize in that moment is him attempting to chuckle. Before he closes it all down again. Yeah, if you let everyone else know, there is dinner you guys can all have tonight, and
Rhea will go around, and she and Nessia will go around and let everyone know. Nessia making sure to stay within 50 feet of Rhea at all times, which they kind of have to do, or penalties happen.
well, like honestly, I think as long as you stay in the courtyard, or as long as you stay in the courtyard, yeah, there isn't. It'd be hard for her to not be next to you, you know.
Yep. Oh no, it's just because if they're outside of 50 feet, her current and max HP get halved.
Perfect.
And I just am I'm not being super strict about it while we're in here and we're just moving around socially because it's easier to move one token than to move them both. So I like
Yeah.
move Rhea to where she's going and then have Nessia follow. But
Perfect. I
and just
appreciate it.
Yeah.
I'm glad you let me know. That's good. It's important information. So I would normally assume that everyone's going, but everyone's kind of posted up and done things for the day. It looks like Dietrich is going. What about Creston? Is Creston standing watch still, or is he gonna go eat dinner?
He was until he heard about it,
Okay.
and now he's asking all about the what's for dinner.
What about Darkassin? Darkassin's eating
he's
as well.
gonna slink out of the stable.
Okay.
Oh, so he's not going to subsist on pure edge,
Not until he gets a ring of sustenance.
and then he can subsist on pure, undiluted edge.
Then he'll only
Why
need.
get your enemies near?
Then he'll literally never need food and only have to sleep 2 hours a day.
Yup.
I mean, he's already an elf, so he already only has to sleep for 4 hours, isn't it?
He's a half elf.
Oh, he's a half elf too. I'm sorry, I thought he was a.
Oh no, I'm a full elf. I'm a wood elf and drow offspring, so full elf, just weird mix.
Mechanically, you're a half elf, but I wouldn't. If I was an elf, I wouldn't call you one. I'd call you a scumbag or something along those lines.
You're
Elf
a
races.
mutt.
You're an elf mutt. Is that that's what he said, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, basically.
You come in and it looks like there is a stew being prepared. This door immediately on the left would be open. There aren't enough chairs for all of you, but you can see that multiple like small barrels and crates have been brought over, so there's enough for everyone to sit, except for Nessia.
It's okay. Nessia doesn't need to sit. She'll just hover outside the doorway.
As you come in, Svetlana says, "I didn't know if your companion could sit."
Oh, it's fine. She's perfectly comfortable out there, right? And then Nessia sort of pokes around, and there's this sort of thing that was previously interpretable as sort of a nod. She's all set. But thank you.
Then, if you guys want, you could use this meal as a moment for some RP. Otherwise, we'll jump ahead to sleeping arrangements for the night.
Okay, who wants to talk?
I know you guys already have done some, but figured I'd ask.
Yeah, why not? You know.
I'm going to say that the RP so far has been a lot of fun.
Yeah, it was.
Everybody seems to be getting in character, which is great.
Yeah, it's been a while since I've been a player, and finally I can play as a nice, happy character.
I do have a question when it comes to RP. Will, is that voice something you can hold up throughout a session?
Yes.
Because it sounds like it's killing you.
Do you like it?
I mean, I
needed
enjoy
something-
it.
I needed something a little grady to fit the hobgoblin persona.
I think it sounds good. It comes through good, which is surprising.
Oh yeah, it comes through really well. Is the voice is great. I hope that Rhea's voice is okay. I know not female, but I'm doing a female voice. But you know,
And who cares?
I think it's
I
great.
think it fits the character pretty well.
Yeah, it fits pretty well. You do as best you can, and it's pretty good. I honestly have to work on my own voice.
Griffin, I've noticed you've been a little quiet recently. Are you feeling good so far?
Yeah, no, I'm fine.
Okay.
Just Drow's awfully edgy, so there's not much to say because it's just so antisocial.
Oh no, he's still in the corner.
Yeah, it's
He's
gonna
not even
take.
sitting at the table. He's leaning against the wall.
yeah.
Yeah, like not just leaning against the wall, leaning against the most obscured corner. like you can't almost see him. That's how much shadow is there.
The good thing is we're not mocking. We're all having fun making fun of that. We're not.
Yeah, we're just poking around.
Yeah.
Oh,
Just
no
to
worries.
make it
No,
clear.
it's good.
Yeah. 'Cause I know that some people don't like it if people joke about edgy stuff, the edge stuff, but we're all saying it in fun. Character's cool.
Edge can be fun as long as it's not like the defining feature of your character.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if it is, you must have like a good reason why.
Well, because like come on, like if your character is just an edgy character, you're not gonna get along with the party, which means it's not a character meant for D&D, right? It's not meant
Yeah,
for
like no, I feel like if you are making an edgy character, like if you absolutely have to, then there should be like a good reason why, instead of like my parents died.
Yeah,
God.
no, there's room for growth with the relationship with the party and everything. Just right now, he doesn't know everybody, so he's kind of being an edgy
Yeah,
dick.
that's a good point. Don't worry, Creston will treat you well.
And Rhea, I mean, I think you guys can already kind of tell what her personality's like.
I think from what you guys have talked to me about your characters and the backstories I've got, I think your RP is doing a real good job of reflecting different aspects of that. I think you're all doing really good for so far.
Thanks.
Yeah, you guys have a nice meal. Oleg, as he has been for most of the day, is fairly quiet. He is just getting done with his daily task. Svetlana, she'll be polite and leave you guys alone if you want to, but if anyone here is willing to talk, she will spend the majority of the time at the table speaking. She'll talk with you guys pretty much as you're willing to. You definitely get this sense from her that there aren't many like she doesn't get many opportunities to talk to people. Especially like she seems very keen on what's going on in Brevoort right now.
Ah. Well, Rhea will be happy to talk about the goings on back in her home city, Eagles Watch. She'll be happy to talk about that because that's the one she knows about the most, and that's her home. She'll be happy to talk about the goings on there and to sort of share and help make Svetlana feel like she's getting good conversation since it's clear she doesn't get to talk too much.
Okay, that's awesome. She's down to talk with you about it. Though she admits that she doesn't know much about Eagles Watch. She's actually from the capital. She was born in New Stettin.
Ah, yeah. Well, yeah, we'll talk about Brevoy in general. It's just her like knowledge of specific like the social goings on and stuff is most not she's most knowledgeable about her home town.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and she'll chat with you about that over dinner. Once, everyone's finished up, she offers to show you guys to the guest rooms for you can, go lay down for the night since it's that time of day. And as you guys are leaving the building, this is when Oleg would bid you all a good night using cleaning up the shop as an excuse to not show you over to the guest house.
Rather than sleep at the guest house, Dietrich instead insists on setting up a bedroll at the Palisades, just because he likes to keep things under careful watch.
Okay. Yeah, no, Svetlana is not gonna tell you no, but she does warn you that it looks like it's gonna be a pretty windy night tonight, so it might be hard to get any good amount of rest.
Question. Are the beds bunk beds?
No.
Damn. Okay.
Why do you ask?
I was just gonna say Crescent would call top bunk, but okay.
No, there's 4. So when your fifth player shows up, if you guys are staying here, there might be a conversation to be had.
Oh, this is gonna be awkward. Well, I mean, now that I think about it, one of us is staying outside because he literally doesn't trust anyone.
Yeah,
It's not a matter of trust. It's a matter of preferring to keep a watchful eye on things.
Okay, yeah, you have a point. Never mind. Yeah, well, we won't have a problem. He's the watch guard.
Well, Rhea will thank Svetlana for showing her to the quarters, and she appreciates their I appreciate your hospitality, and tomorrow morning we will get this taken care of.
We'll make sure to have breakfast prepared a couple hours before they normally show up. If you would like, I can make sure to wake you up then.
Yes, I think that would be good, just to make sure. I'm sure that one of us will be awake, but better safe than sorry, especially with something like this. Thank you.
Have a wonderful night. Lady,
You as well.
gentlemen.
Good night.
And with that, she closes the door. If you want, you can light. There are like little candles in here. It's not gonna produce much, but you know, if you want something for tonight's, she's basically taking the one light source with her out. I see that Sarkassin is in the barn again.
He likes the barn.
Oh god. Like at this point, we have to like pick up the entire barn and carry that with us.
So, I'm gonna ask a question I think I know the answer for. Is Darkassin sleeping in the barn tonight?
Yep.
Okay.
He's sitting there just kind of brooding, playing with his cards.
A couple of questions I'm gonna ask. Obviously doing shifts isn't something we can really talk about with 2 of the party members, but we do have 2 sleeping with each other in the same room. Do you want to do any kind of watch tonight, or do you feel comfortable sleeping in here?
We can do like a 1-hour watch each.
I might try to relieve the guy on the Palisades a little bit.
And do you even know he's sleeping on the Palisades?
No, I don't think he actually spent the time to figure out
No.
where everyone was sleeping. I think he just wandered off.
No, you 2 were just like following Svetlana and just disappeared as she was talking to the other 2. You just didn't say anything.
Looks away for 1 goddamn second.
Apparently, she wasn't that interesting.
What a coincidence that the 2 less civilized races disappeared.
Rhea would notably ask Creston to light the candles if he was not already doing so, but she's not moving to do it herself.
Oh, so okay, I'll light the candles. Jacob, am I allowed to do something related to my like race? Can I just like kind of like summon like flames on my fire tip and just kind of like light it with my finger?
You have elemental assault, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll let you do that. It would obviously not be as strong, but yeah. Do
Well,
it.
yeah, it's just kind of like snapping his fingers and like a little fire comes out.
A little fire starter, I like it.
Okay,
Yeah.
so when you do that, Rhea visibly flinches.
He looks back and says, "What? I just learned some magic in my day."
Oh, it's nothing. It's fine. Thank you.
Oh, I see. He just puts it as far away as possible.
And the entire complex just burns to the ground.
The next day.
I'll let you do some like light an object like that, but don't ask me if you can like light a sheet on fire and throw it at someone.
Oh yeah, no. It was just going to be like tiny things,
Yeah.
like a candle, maybe even a torch.
That sounds great to me.
Yeah, but nothing much.
Seems
Okay.
cool as an RP thing.
Yeah. just yeah, just a nice little staff, and hey, like that, a little bit of element.
I love it. So I am gonna ask for fortitude saves from the two people not sleeping in beds.
Okay.
It's going to be harder for Dietrich. Because Svetlana was not lying, and neither was Oleg. It is very windy tonight, and it builds up throughout the night.
Dietrich with the 23.
Can I get one from Darkassin as well?
Yeah, as soon as I find where fortitude is.
That would either be in the main page in the bottom right, or on the combat page in the middle left.
Oh,
Oh.
it lingered on that 18 too.
I nailed it.
Okay. Dietrich, you are an accustomed outdoorsman, and you have the palisade, the walls of it, to shelter you from most of the wind. So while it was cold tonight, you were able to deal with the weather.
Prefers the outdoors.
This is not something in this like weather that you can do regularly. Keep that in mind. But
Yeah.
for tonight, you're fine. Arcassian, on the other hand, even though your your DC was much lower, this was not something that you could accomplish. Unfortunately, it was hard for you to find like the right spot to lay on last night. You're a little bit out of your comfort zone. And you didn't end up getting any proper rest for the night. So I'm going to say that you are going to be fatigued until you can get an 8-hour rest.
Womp womp.
So in the top right, there's the combat tracker. I'm gonna have you pull that up. And then also in the top right is the effects button. It's the one that looks like a man like walking around. I'd like you to go in there, Griffin, and find the fatigued effect and drag it onto your character on the combat tracker. And I know we have new people here, so I'm going to talk about things like conditions when they come up. I'm gonna explain fatigued right now. If you're fatigued, you can't run or charge, and you take a -2 penalty on strength and dexterity. If you do anything that would cause you to be fatigued, you would then become exhausted, which is just worse. Don't try and get exhausted. And just like I said, you need to get 8 hours of rest to remove fatigue.
Not seeing the option for it. I clicked the little guy and stuff. It just puts the little guy underneath my icon.
The effects button. Did you click it on the combat tracker?
Yep.
I meant to click the effects button on the far right side of Fantasy Grounds. It's
The
just
top
below the
left.
button for the combat
Top
tracker.
right. The top right area.
Yeah, there's a little guy.
Okay,
there's
gotcha.
the combat tracker, and then there's a little guy, and the little guy there should pop up a thing that has a bunch of preset conditions and effects.
Yeah. They're alphabetized, so if you just want to drag fatigued over onto your character banner in the combat tracker, then it will automatically calculate the effects. And because you applied it, if you hit the effects button on the combat tracker next to your character, you can go in and delete it whenever you're done having fatigued. Quite often, I'll be able to apply effects to you guys, but I do regularly ask you guys to throw them on yourselves just because you can delete them. So if I'm busy taking care of a character, you get rid of it. To keep things a teeny bit faster. And as a note, with the way the mechanics work for this, the longer you guys spend sleeping in places you shouldn't be, the higher the DCs get. That's why I made that recommendation to Will/Dietrich earlier that, it's not something you should do regularly. I know there's a lot we're learning today, but like I said, Kingmaker is a campaign that gives you the full exploration experience, and we're kind of learning some new mechanics together.
It's pretty cool actually.
I've been greatly enjoying this campaign so far.
And,
This
like,
has been
I
this has
know
been a
it
lot of
started,
fun.
but-
it's just been the beginning, and I'm ready.
Yeah, I was just gonna put one note out there about Nessia. So if Rhea goes unconscious or is asleep, Nessia poofs out. So
Well,
that's just a note in general, because it's like, so if Rhea is like asleep and we get like attacked, Nessia is not. Then it takes her a whole minute to summon Nessia back. This time, so it's just a note in general. Also, because I was just making sure Griffin was not Griffin. Sorry, making sure. Well, it's good for Griffin to know, but I was making sure Jacob was aware of exact, because I know that you don't have summoners too much. So
Oh,
making sure he knew
no,
that,
I knew that,
Nessia's
but it's
poofed
probably
when,
good that
she's
you
out.
said that, because I don't think anyone else did.
Yeah. So that's part of the reason that I'm like, when Rhea's on watch, Nessia's on watch, because Nessia's only there when Rhea's awake.
Yeah.
But so Nessia can't, like, she doesn't sleep, but she can't help someone else. Well, okay, technically she could be put to sleep, like a sleep spell, but potentially, but she can't like help other people on watch and stuff, because if Rhea is asleep, Nessia is not there. So I'm just letting you guys know, because summoners are a unique class. They're really cool, but
It's
they have some
appreciated.
unique stuff going on.
I'm just confirming. I'm pretty sure Nessie is melee, or
And Nessia is definitely built to fight
Dude.
things up close.
A level
Okay,
1
yeah,
summoner,
that's extreme with me.
you'll never find a level 1 summoner with a ranged focused Eidolon. It's just impossible to do at level 1. You have to work towards it.
Yeah, okay.
And Nessia's never really planned to be ranged. She is planned to have a great deal of battlefield control through being through reach later, but she right now she is just get up close to things and tentacle them.
Okay, so you and me are going to be best buds. No, trust me. If we flank, I can just one shot like most opponents right now.
Yeah, well, no, that's a good thing. I was just saying, yeah, Nessia is always intended to be a melee Eidolon. She's not ever really supposed to be ranged. With one potential exception for one specific evolution that I'm gonna need to talk to Jacob about later. But other than that, yeah, she's meant to be pure melee.
Okay, good.
Do not worry, you have a frontline friend. Just,
Yay!
don't expect Rhea to fight on the front lines.
I
And
mean-
you guys are gonna see the glory that is her attack rolls fairly soon, I'm sure.
I don't expect Rhea to be in the front lines, but I'm going to protect a little squid with my life.
that jellyfish thing is going to be very big eventually.
Yeah, but is he going to be as large as my sword?
It'll be bigger.
It is possible for Nessia to become colossal with a certain
Oh, okay,
combination
never mind.
of things. With a certain combination of things for a short period of time, it's possible late game for Rhea to make Nessia colossal.
She will
That's
get
a
big,
specific
it will just take a
combination of
long
things.
time.
Yes.
Anyways, me and Squid Girl got it.
Something we're gonna get to talk about. Dietrich, we're going on to the next morning. Night wasn't anything to deal with the exception of, it potentially being a hard time to sleep for a few of you. Dietrich, you would be the first one awake in the morning, and you would realize that Svetlana and Oleg were telling the truth. The wind is very, very strong today. In fact, since we are using weather in this game and it's coming up, we're going to be taking a -2 penalty on ranged attacks as long as it remains windy, and a -2 to any skills that would be affected by the wind. As a note, if you guys want, Oleg and Svetlana have breakfast. They would come get you in the morning. Oleg would come up to grab Dietrich, while Svetlana went and grabbed Creston and Rhea.
Rhea will certainly accept the meal,
Cool.
and Nessia would appear about a minute after Rhea wakes up.
Awesome. As soon as Dietrich has been, informed by Oleg that food's ready, and Oleg would have come up to let you know he's not going to yell at you. It'd be kind of hard to yell at you with how windy it is. And then he would go grab Darkazin. Am I saying that right? Is it Darkazin or is it supposed to be Darkassin? Griffin?
Testing. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
There we go. Yeah, it's Darkassin.
Okay, Darkassin. Cool. Yeah, like I said, Oleg would come grab you. When you guys are all eating breakfast, once Oleg gets in there with Darkassin, he'd ask, is there anything that you would like me to do to help you with your ambush this morning?
Possibly some defenses, like just like some like reinforcements on the walls or on the buildings.
I think what we'd like most is for you to stay out of harm's way. It would be terrible if something were to happen to either of you.
Hold open this tarp while I get in this carriage.
Yeah, Oleg will help you guys out with that. He would admit that, like, because of his wound, there isn't really much he can do. He can't, like, his string hand is the one that's been pierced, so he can't really fire a bow anymore.
Yeah.
But he offers to
Rhea
act as
would
some kind
definitely
of
say.
distraction.
What? No.
No, please just be safe. We will take care of this.
Okay. Then what we can do is we can move up to the like setup, like where you guys want to be. I guess it would be a good time for them to explain like how this like generally works. So normally the Oleg and Svetlana can tell you this. Oleg would say, they've come in a handful of thugs every time. The first time there was 10 of them, led by a man carrying a bow and a cloak, and a woman with 2 hatchets. Anyone can give me sense motives right now if they'd like.
Sure.
Sense motive.
Nessia actually has sense motive.
You can roll that with or without it being trained. The woman did the majority of the talking on the first trip. Her black sense of humor and the way she smiled when she spoke of what awaited Svetlana if we didn't listen to him frightened my poor wife more than I've ever seen.
So that was Nessia and Rhea both got 19s.
Would you like to throw one out there, Griffin?
Sure.
The woman seemed to be particularly sharp. And then Svetlana would say, and observant. And Oleg, once again, continuing after being interrupted by his wife, would say, whereas the man seemed to be a little foolish or crude. And the woman quite nearly lopped off my head when she threw one of her hatchets at me. And then it almost hit my hand. But and when he says but, Svetlana cuts in, she was the most dangerous of the bandits. By far. She took my wedding ring after Oleg begged for all the bandits to stop harassing me. She did at the behest of one of her men. They said something about Not shortening Oleg's reach. Seemed to be frustrated about not being paid. Yeah, Rhea and Nessia, it seems like Oleg's intentionally like leaving details out about the woman with the hatchets.
Just Oleg, not Svetlana, though.
Well, I mean, you kind of heard how Svetlana was referring to her, so it seems like they're both in on it.
Yeah. Okay, so there's something. Right. All right. So Ray is going to ask. I don't mean to pry, but the more information we have, the better our ability to help. And it sounds like you know something else about this this woman with the hatchets. If there's anything else you know, if you could tell us, it can only help us to deal
Yeah.
with the bandits.
We have more information for you, Rhea. On the second and third visits, the woman, she stopped coming. It was only the man in the hood. He came with some of his bandits. On the second one, there were only 6 of them, and on the third one, they didn't even come with their weapons drawn. So we're hoping today that there'll be fewer men and that the woman won't be here.
I see. Well, the less of them that come today, the greater our chance of success without any of us being injured. So, and given from what you've said, she sounds rather formidable. It might be for the best.
Svetlana, go lock yourself in the bedroom. Don't open the door for anyone but me. And she just says, yes, my husband, and she runs off very quickly into the trading post. And he's like, I need to grab something from the wagon before we start. Walks over there. You see him lift up the tarp. On like the opposite side of Darcassian. He pulls out the spear that's in there. You see him hold onto it with his left hand. He says, I'll be inside the trading post. One of you is coming in, and he's saying this to Rhea because it looks like people have spread out at this point. I guess everyone could hear him, except for maybe Darcassian. He says, if you're coming into the trading post, knock twice, then knock 3 times, then knock once, then knock twice. If you don't do that, I'm going to charge at the first person to come into the trading post.
To make sure it was twice, 3 times, once, twice.
Yes. That is correct. So, like,
Anyway,
if that's hard for you guys to remember, you can just say, I do the knock Oleg said to do.
no, I'm trying to remember. Okay, it's 3 twice, 1 twice. Right?
No, it's twice, 3,
2,
1 twice.
yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
No, okay.
2, 3, 1,
Sorry,
2.
I'm writing this down actually.
I
There
put
you
it
go.
in the chat.
2, 3, 1, 2.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, let's put it in chat. Chat.
Yeah, just to make sure so we all remember. 'Cause I know that I'm not the best at remembering sequences like that, so I was just making sure I got it so that Rhea didn't end up getting speared.
No, I am good at remembering myself. There we go. Put it in chat. Oh wait, that wrong chat. Whoops.
Ray has already got it in game chat.
Okay, let me just delete my message.
Did Rhea get the sense that there was still more that they hadn't told her? Or
I think that's
that everything?
a fair assumption that they didn't give you everything.
Okay, well she's not gonna push about it now. But I think she's planning to have a chat with them about this woman later. And I think she's going to share that she got the impression there's a bit more going on based on what they didn't say with the others. Because I assume that at least maybe not Darkasson, but I'm assuming that Creston and Dietrich were close enough and were party to this discussion about how many of them came and stuff.
Yeah, I think everyone except for Darkassian was, since he's already in the wagon.
I think if we're going to do this right, we should let the bandits get as close to the gates as possible before we let loose.
I was planning to go hide behind the gate.
I figured that we would let them. They're expecting to be able to come in. And
Yes.
based on what Oleg and Svetlana told us, they're not going to have their weapons ready because they expect it to just be like before.
Yes.
So my thought is, if we conceal ourselves, say like I go into the stable, for example, and Nessia can go under the inside the wagon with Darkasson, and we set ourselves up that way,
There's
then
definitely
they
not
get to the
enough
wagon-
space for 2 people. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I don't want you to make a plan like that. I mean, it'd be cool, but there's not enough space for 2 people in the wagon. There's barely enough space for.
Actually have a suggestion.
I mean,
how
Nessie
about-
is probably better in the wagon than Darkasson is as a wizard.
No, wait. No, here's something. How about Crescent and Nessia hide behind the doors of the gates?
Oh, because we're gonna be opening the gate,
No,
Yeah,
and then
the gates are meant to remain open. That's how they normally are.
yeah. Like they're going to
Oh,
remain
okay.
open, so why don't we hide behind it?
okay, because okay, so I guess it's like the door. The idea I think is that like the doors are covering like this part of the wall. Like
I-
don't know how to show it.
Okay, wait, Jacob. Does the gate open inward, like into the thing, or outwards?
So, when you guys came in, the gates were opened outwards, but they
Yeah.
can open both ways.
Okay.
We
We
should
want
get
to
help
open
moving
it
them.
inward. Well, we still have time.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like get help moving them, so they're inward.
So if you opened
Oh,
them
I-
inward, they would be like, taking up that space right there. And if you opened them up outwards, they can open like flush with the wall.
That should work.
Yeah, because they won't. They wouldn't be able to see if Nessia was there, for example. Until they got into here, at least. Until they got into right by the wagon, at least, because
Well, that would be
there's
up on
literally
a
no angle to see.
that would be up on the palisade. They're like, unless Nessia goes prone on the palisade, they're gonna be able to see her.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I thought that there was so the palisade. The palisade is not a raised platform. It's actually a solid thing. It's
No.
not a platform that juts out from the wall. I thought you could go under the platform.
No, it's
I would
It's-
figure the
it
it
scaffolding
juts
would
out from
prevent
the
that.
wall. You can't go
Okay.
like it's not built so you can go underneath it. No.
Okay, sorry.
But she could
My
hide
bad
like
again.
right there.
That's true. Yeah. So you could hide right there.
Yeah, Nessia on one side, me on the other.
Problem is, if you're here, if Preston was to go there, wouldn't Preston have to then run all the way around because the door blocks the whole way to the wall of the next building?
That is a good point.
I guess actually we could have Creston. Creston could be like behind the wall, like here.
If your plan is to
Preston-
have the doors open like this, Oleg would let you know that that's like they haven't left their doors open like that before, so the bandits might think that's suspicious.
If all is opened it outwards, got it.
That's a good point, and I did not think of that.
Okay, that is also that is a good point. Okay.
No, so like they I know none of you here are like medieval experts, and I'm not claiming to be. I focus a lot on the medieval era, especially like European medieval era stuff. They actually made gates like these specifically for palisades because they're wooden, so they're easy to do for this. Where they would open up, you would open them up outwards if it was just for like regular day traffic, but then they would open up inwards like this, and they would be used as like a way to funnel people in. So that's like the intent
Right.
behind this building.
Yeah, which is why I was hoping to use it that way, but we can't do that for this because it might make them suspicious. That's a good point. Thank you for letting us know.
Wait, doesn't that work to our advantage though?
They're
Like
more
we're
suspicious.
funneling people in.
It funneled
Yeah,
them
because
in,
we don't-
yes, but it could be considered suspicious.
Yeah, true.
Because
That's-
it's different.
How about
Yeah.
I think
I hide like right here, like right
I
near
was-
the.
I was going to suggest maybe have Creston hide inside the guest house, just right at the door.
Then he's got a ways to go before he can get to combat.
Yeah, so why not wait like right at the corner then? Head the first guy that comes.
Yeah, we're just waiting for them to get to the wagon, basically. When they get to the wagon, we spring the ambush, I think.
I think there's just enough movement for Creston to get to the wagon at a 30-foot jaunt.
Yeah, but I'm 20 feet because of my arm.
Oh, that's right. You're 20 feet. All right. I didn't
Yeah,
know that. Sorry.
I'm wearing
And
medium.
Nessia only has a 20-foot movement speed. She's not fast. She can swim, which is not relevant right now, but she has a 20-foot movement speed and a 20-foot swim speed.
How big is Nessia?
She is medium-sized.
Okay.
She's big for medium, but in terms of mechanics, she's a medium-sized creature.
Okay. If she was any smaller, I was going to suggest maybe she hide under the wagon. Underneath it. rather
Someone
than
could go
inside it.
prone underneath the wagon, but it wouldn't be hard to spot them.
So the thing is,
Are they-
and I don't want to mess with Darkassan because that's Darkassan. But if we were to put like Nessia in the wagon, right? And we have one of our melee people literally right there for when they open the wagon. And then we have the other one right here, ready, or like right around there, ready to charge in. We could have like Rhea and Darkassan inside like the stable, ready to pop out and do their spellcasty stuff.
That's what I was thinking. Maybe have someone with reasonable range. Maybe since it's so close. No, never mind. I was going to say maybe it's so close to the wagon. Maybe we could have Creston inside the stables as well.
Yeah, but I do want someone that could like block the exits because they might try to escape once they see they're outnumbered.
That's what I was about to suggest. Perhaps maybe we could have two. I could be on one of the palisade. I could be on the left palisade, and either Creston or somebody sit on the prone on the right side. And when the ambush is sprung, we both pop up, and if it's just a.
Preston's melee.
That's what I was saying. If it's just a 15-foot drop, so if we do suffer damage, it wouldn't be very much. If we could, unless we can pass a acrobatics check.
We're level 1. We don't have much HP.
True.
That's fair.
My thought is still that we have Darkassan and Rhea in the stable, ready to do the spellcasting stuff. We put Nessia inside the wagon, and then we have Dietrich up on the palisade, lying down behind the palisade. And then once they get in and approach the wagon, he can stand up. Nessia pops out of the wagon. Preston charges in, and then we have Rhea and Darkassan both do their spellcasty stuff from, come out of the stable and spellcast at them. That's just my thought.
Sounds like that's about as good a strategy as we're going to have with this kind of terrain.
Some strategy is better than none.
Is Darkassan willing to let somebody else be in the wagon, though?
Very true.
Just mine.
Yeah, if you fall from these, if you fall from
Sarcasm
this,
begrudgingly steps out of the wagon.
Okay.
Yeah, he just walks away, like, arms crossed, pouting.
If someone falls
Oh,
from the palisade, they'll take a d6
Oh, wait.
damage unless they can make the acrobatics check.
Wait, we're stupid. Hey, why doesn't Dark Cassian just hide under one of the tables?
Still pretty easy to see somebody if they're not good at stealth.
Yeah, it's a picnic table,
Yeah.
dude.
Okay, true. I doubt
But
you're
we
stealth.
we could put Darkassian up on the wall and have him lie down on the other side. So we're gonna have Dietrich lie down on one side and Darkassian lie down on the other side, and we can have Rhea inside the stable. Creston
Okay.
in position there, and then Nessia in there. Also, when we get a does that work? I think.
That would be fair.
Everyone get
I
into your
think-
places, and we'll have everyone confirm that they like the spot they're gonna be in.
Dripping salt, Darkassin grumbles mildly about the.
Having been evicted from the wagon.
Are
Cassian
we-
is never gonna let Rhea live it down, huh?
Are we going to have the gates where they are? Where I have
gonna
them
have to-
visually represented? Are they going to be in or out?
Out.
Out, since that's
Yeah,
what they're
we-
used to.
You don't want suspicion.
Yeah.
Just welcome them in.
Welcome.
And,
We definitely do not have any armed men in this place.
Yeah. One thing is that Rhea is going to cast mage armor on Nessia. She's gonna do that when you know that we're getting very close to the time, because it lasts an hour. So when we're like getting close to the point where Svetlana said, she's gonna cast it on Nessia before she goes into the stable.
Dietrich will kind of just have his head barely leaning above the palisades to keep an eye out and ready to signal when they're in view.
Oh, and then that way, Rhea can cast it on Nessia, and then
Yeah.
go back into the stable before they get close enough to have any chance of seeing them, because they're still outside the palisade. You'll be able to see them coming from a little ways away, I think, based on
Yeah.
how you describe the terrain.
Yeah, you'll be able to see them coming.
Okay, so yeah, Rhea's planned position is here. Since the doorway actually appears to be like up here, technically. Door seems like it opens from. Where exactly does the barn door open? Is it like, is this the opening
There's
right here?
2 doors, yes, but they're big ass doors, so it's like this square
Okay.
you're in and the square below are both opening if you're opening the part of the door to the bottom.
Okay, so she's just gonna have the top part open and the bottom part shut.
Okay.
She's behind the door. So then she could move like this to get out.
Okay.
She's gonna be there. So so she's completely behind the thing.
Okay. Sounds good to
For
me.
the ambush.
Let's have everyone roll stealth rolls.
Oh God, no!
Oh no.
Wow.
Oh dear.
Okay, let me see my pitiful roll real quick. Please be good. Natural 20! Yes! Oh God!
Nessia with a 12.
How am I the stealthiest one here?
Because, well, none of us.
Because I rolled a 5, despite having a +10.
No, Rhea rolled
Pisses
a
me off.
1. To be fair,
Yeah,
Rhea rolled a 1, but the thing is, Rhea also is completely behind, has complete obscurity. So
Complete concealment.
yeah.
Okay. What I'm going to do is say we're taking our 10-minute break here, and we will come back and begin our encounter with the bandits.
Okay.
We'll call it, since it's just about to turn, we'll call it 50 after is when we'll be back.
All right, 50 hours sounds good.
Yeah, I'm just going to go to the bathroom.
Okay, sounds good.
I'll be back. Heard it here, chat. 50 after. Don't miss it.
All right.
Hi, Griffin. Hi, William. Hi, Steven. Hi, everyone except for Jacob.
Hello.
We all seem to come back at the same time.
No, I was here for a while. I just kept myself muted.
Yeah, I was taking the dog out.
Aw.
Yes, I have a small white fluffy dog.
Aw. I have
Yeah,
a
her-
big brown white dog who is old and fat.
Yeah, my dog is she's a little over 2 years old. She's a cockapoo, and she's like a living stuffed animal who loves to cuddle.
I would say with my dog it's kind of the same.
Just a
Only
big
like
stuffed animal.
yeah, big stuffed animal that is like could be a whale in a blubber competition.
Yeah.
So I guess I'm the only
Well.
person here with a cat. Lovely.
No, I used to have a cat. I used to.
Yeah.
But
Oh, so is Jacob back?
I don't think so.
Because he's not muted anymore.
Jacob's been back since talking.
Oh,
He's been here since primal times.
He's just
I
been
had a
creepily staring at us in the background.
I had a question regarding the wind.
Yeah.
So the wind affects all ranged attacks, including like spells,
Yep.
or okay,
If it
ranged
has an-
touch still counts as ranged for the purposes of the wind.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So should I? Oh shoot.
Okay, so
I
there's
really would.
actually a specification um for spells. It's ranged attacks that are conjuration schools from the conjuration school. Um it affects everything except for evocation ranged attacks.
Okay. Oh, that's so much better. I didn't know that I could just toggle it off so that I can actually see all the tokens, all our tokens. So like, for example, I had the issue where I was like, I have Rhea in the barn, right? I can't see Nessia to switch to her perspective. But then I realized I could just double click Rhea. If I clicked Rhea again, it'll deselect her and then it'll show all the tokens. I'm like, oh, why took me so long to realize this?
Oh.
'Cause, if they can't see each other, it's hard to select the other token because the other token is covered by the darkness.
Yeah.
So I guess I should apply mage armor to Nessia though, and subtract mage armor's subtract one of Rhea's spells for the day. I was gonna do that before we start combat.
Mm.
Okay,
guys are
yep,
ready?
acid splash would be affected.
You guys are ready? We can start.
How do I indicate that I cast a spell?
You click on spell slot for it, assuming you prepared your spell.
Yeah. Should be in the
Oh,
actions tab.
Right, she doesn't prepare spells though.
So then you should
Is-
set to as a spontaneous caster, opposed to a book next to the title for your class.
Oh, okay, it had got. Oh, there we go. It had gotten messed. Okay, spontaneous spellcaster. Okay, there we go. Now it's set right. Thanks. Sorry.
Click that slot to show that you've used Mage Armor. Click on the microscope next to Mage Armor effects in there. Either click and drag that effect onto Rhea, or you can click on Rhea to have that token selected, and control click it to target her.
There we go. So I moved it.
Hey, I derped a little bit. Can you reset my stuff? Sorry.
Stuff.
Yeah, I accidentally used both spells, trying to figure out how the readying works, because I would have switched it last night during the sleep.
Okay, that's fair. You do that yourself. If you're under the actions tab, just switch the mode to prepared. Also, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, switch it over to. Okay, you already did it. Are you going with Karen Compass and Here's the City?
No, I was trying to change one of those out.
Okay, so go to prepared. Go to make sure the mode's set to prepared. The bottom left of the actions tab, there's modes. Go to prepared, click on one of the spells that you're switching out. Click on whichever one.
So I see it doesn't seem to. So it says that it like lists mage armor as being on her, right? It shows the little thingy that says mage armor,
Yeah.
AC4 armor, but she doesn't show up as having the
Yeah,
mage
it's
armor.
not gonna adjust your character sheet. It's going to apply the effect in the combat track. If someone tries to hit, it's gonna AC is 4 higher than it says.
Ah, okay. Sorry. First time.
All good.
This will be a learning experience.
It's all right.
Oh, I can definitely see why you like Fantasy Grounds. This is a pretty nice program. It does a lot.
Still looks like I accidentally cast one. Is there a way to reset that back to 0?
Stop casting the spell. You're going to alert the bandits.
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand why you have so many prepared. Only have
Yeah, trying
two
to fix
spell
that now.
slots. So unclick the amount equal to what you only got 2 spell slots for the day.
And
You wanted 1 Ear of the City and 1 Implant Urge? Going with?
correct.
Okay, cool.
Correct, but why does it say cast 1 out of 2?
Because you clicked on the button and it's not going to change that value until you rest. But as you can see, there's no consumed box for a spell. We're in the standard mode right now. If I click on Ears of the City, it has a checkbox that's showing that it's actually. Can't fix what you've done unless I give everyone a long rest, but that resets things. So I won't be doing it.
Balls.
Does it
But
really matter if you can still visualize what you've used? You'll still be able to tell if you've used Implant Urge or Ear of the City. Click the box and it'll have a check mark.
No big deal. We'll just remember that I haven't used it.
Well, there's a visual indicator that we haven't. There's no check mark.
yeah, so just disregard the thing that says 1 of 2, and just know that you don't have a check mark next to it. Therefore, it hasn't been cast, so you're still good.
I would be surprised if you didn't end up using at least one of these very soon.
Yeah.
Okay. As you know, you guys have been informed. It's less than an hour after sunlight when you guys see 4 bandits with half a dozen horses coming from the forest towards the outpost you're at.
As soon as I see the bandits, I'm going to make hand signals towards Rhea that I see 4 bandits coming in and clearing.
Right,
Before
at that
ducking my head back down.
At that point, she would cast Mage Armor on Nessia and then go into the barn. First, she'd to Creston that the bandits are sighted, and then she'd cast Mage Armor on Nessia and go into the barn to make sure
Okay.
Creston got it, since Creston's out of hand signal range.
Yeah, but I am back though.
Okay, then what I would ask is that everyone here rolls initiative. If you don't know where that's at, that's either in the top center of the main page of your character sheet or the bottom right on the combat tracker.
Hmm.
And if I remember correctly, Nessia uses Rhea's initiative.
Yes.
Alright.
So it's a summoner. So like there's two ways you can do the rolling. With like a less intelligent creature, I say just have them act on your turn because most of the creatures. But I mean, Nessia is an intelligent creature, so why don't we try for a while? Let's try having the initiatives be independent.
Sure. Okay. Well, she's significantly worse at initiative than Rhea is. Okay. She rolled better.
Nice. You have control over her actions.
Right.
Fine.
Yep. But Nessia is also smart. You know, she has 7 intelligence. She's like a below average intelligence human level. So she's not dumb.
Okay. Like I said, there's 4 bandits approaching. Is there a point for which you guys are going to try and jump out at them? Is it just when they interact with the carts?
I think it was when they actually get up to the cart and interact with it.
Yeah.
We're gonna have Nessia tentacle them.
Yeah, Nessia's attack will be our signal.
Then I pop out and flank him with a crossbow from up high.
Oh god, 20. Oh no.
Oh my god.
Oh no.
Is it-
Well, this sucks.
uh,
See what happens.
Gotta organize a bunch of guys with horses. Somewhat logical path. So many horses. I have like half a dozen horses.
We were doing so well.
Yeah, we had this great plan and everything, and then they roll real high.
Fucking
I
kidding
got
me?
I got excited when I saw the first 2 rolls, but then one rolled a natural 20. I was like, oh shit.
Yeah.
Well, we're fucked.
Oh wait, things might still be in our favor. Depends on how they
And
react.
we might actually still be okay, given the fact that I think there might be penalties to their ability to spot us from based on like distance and based on the fact that like we're all very well concealed from the direction they're coming.
Don't like one.
So also, I think. Go ahead. Go ahead. I was just going to say they may have a. I think there might be something regarding preparedness when it comes to perception. I don't know.
Oh yeah, that we spend a bunch of time working on getting ourselves hidden.
Okay. Well, we will start in a surprise round. The bandits and the horses where they are. You guys have the surprise. I'll be adjusting initiative as we're going, but Darkassin has the first action.
Well, I suppose I'm going to ready my crossbow and shoot the guy closest to me. Which I believe is Bandit 3.
Yes, if you hover over them. I would just control click bandit, like people you're attacking, make sure you have your token selected and control click them, so then whenever you roll your die, it'll hit that person. Literally all of you have better initiative. Looks like you did not target him. Oh, hold on.
He did a dexterity check.
Why'd you give us a
Instead of an
dexterity
attack.
check?
Oh, I thought it's the one I. No.
I'm gonna dazzle the bandit with my acrobatics.
Sorry, I'm coming from 5th edition, guys. Sorry.
It's
Okay.
I ain't
What are
playing
you trying to do?
Shoot him with a cross.
Okay, so go to the actions tab and find your crossbow. First, you're gonna.
Thing is-
So you can't like to shoot him with a crossbow. First, we need you to stand up if you be able to shoot him. I guess you could like lean off the edge here. That's fair. You can remain prone if you want. Is that what you want to do?
Yeah, I thought I'd kind of hang over the edge, just kind of like top half hanging off the edge so I could shoot him, but still have like pretty good cover.
Okay, I can get behind that.
The thing with that is, don't you get a 2% penalty for firing while prone?
I thought with crossbows that you didn't, because crossbows are different. But
I thought that would stabilize you, if anything, with a ranged
No,
weapon.
prone
Well, a
doesn't.
crossbow anyway.
Prone doesn't affect your 2-hit for ranged with
Okay.
crossbows.
I must just be
It's-
thinking about bows then.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
literally every ranged weapon except for crossbows, which kind of doesn't make sense. I feel like that should apply to powder weapons too. Whatever.
Yep.
Yeah, no. The only thing that's gonna matter for you with those is if you try and do a melee, which obviously can't -4. If someone tries to shoot you with a ranged attack, it'll be -4, and then if they try and hit you with it'll be +4 to your AC. They try and hit you with a melee attack, it'll be -4 to your AC.
But
You
they are
can-
15 feet down, so
Yeah,
Nice.
you can shoot
one
at
heck
them
of a
from
trick.
there. Did you pull up your actions tab, Griffin?
Funny thing is, I'm pretty sure
Aye,
that,
sir.
that his dexterity check actually is what his attack roll would be, given he's a BAB 0 at level 1. Which is just kind of funny.
Yeah, I've got the attack up. Do I just grab the attack dice and roll it?
Yeah, but first you're gonna need to put a -1 in the modifier box in the bottom left. It's the reason it's -1 is it's -2 from the wind and a +1 from having a height advantage.
Oh right, I forgot about that. Height advantage is a thing.
Put a -1 in the modifier and then back you were talking about. I would just default to using the gray box that has the dice in it. Because eventually you'll have multiple attacks, so you can
Oh,
box to do all.
sorry, I was trying to add the minus.
Oh, damn, it's missed.
If you guys do rolls wrong, you'll always remake how it is.
Yeah.
Okay.
So how do I add that minus? I'm not seeing a gray box that
Just
allows
go
me
to
to
your
edit it.
modifier and then click -1.
The modifier box in the bottom left.
Yeah.
I see a mini.
In the bottom left of Fantasy Ground.
Yeah. Bottom left.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Gotcha.
So if you put a number in that modifier box, the next die you roll
You said -1 or what?
minus
-1.
one. Minus
Alright,
2
cool.
from the weather, plus 1 from height advantage. Total of -1.
Gotcha. Now,
And then you'll-
now roll the light crossbow.
Yes, the
Yes.
gray box from there. So the gray box is your total attacks, and then the yellow boxes are eventually you'll have multiple attacks. So
There we go.
Oh, hey, it's a hit.
you got a hit.
Gotcha.
Now roll damage.
Yep.
Thing we didn't do that I'll do for you real quick is track your crossbow bolt. 30. I don't think I've told you this, but just so everyone's on the same page, when using ammunition, if you hit with a piece of ammunition, destroyed unless it's a special type of ammunition that says otherwise. This, you have a 50-50 chance for each with 2. You can use broken pieces of ammunition, craft new pieces if you get enough of them. I believe the ratio is 5 broken pieces, but it might be 4. I'd have to double check on that. Would need to make the appropriate craft skill at those. Going to be using ranged weapons regularly.
Oh.
Nice shot, man.
And
Very good.
I know I've talked about this in the past, but we try and be at least a little bit descriptive with our actions in combat. So anytime you're doing something, give us some. It can be as simple as
Got it.
I reach over the edge and fire my crossbow,
I
piercing
gotcha.
through his shoulder.
I look down the sights of the crossbow and line it directly up with what appears to be his skull, and gently squeeze on the bolt trigger as I hear it snap and fly across the air, and a nice thud as it makes contact.
Oh, it's my turn. Okay. Okay, so I'm assuming.
Well, I assume Darkassin is reloading.
That
the
is a
case?
good assumption. Yes.
Okay.
After firing, I should reload.
Standard action, fire, move action, reload. There's nothing else for you to do at that point.
So
Aye,
I'm
sir.
going to assume that each square is 5 feet.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. 5, 10, 15, 20. Can I? Is it possible to do a? Is Haps one of the enemies? Okay. Sorry. I'm assuming I can attack diagonal, or I
Yes.
guess. Oh, so I can do I can use a 5-foot weapon, right?
Yeah.
Okay. What's the bonus for? Oops, I accidentally deleted the map. Sorry. What is the if you, while you're pulling the map back, what is the bonus for attacking while surprised?
They're
So there
flat-footed.
isn't one. They're technically flat-footed. I don't have it on there
Oh.
right now. I think there's actually an option for me to do that. But since I don't have it toggled on, what I'd ask when you guys are doing your attacks is there's a button in the top right that looks like a plus minus symbol. It's called the modifier button. You can click a button in there called flat-footed, and it'll treat their AC as flat-footed when you do your next attack.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, but can you bring up the map again? I accidentally deleted it.
Please put these maps in your hotbars.
Yeah, I forgot. I accidentally did that.
You can also find them in the images tab or the images sidebar on the right hand side.
Okay, let me. Sorry, I'm going. Sorry. How do I put in the thing?
How do you what?
I'm sorry. How do you put in the hotbar?
You take so when you don't have it blown up, when you just have the image shared with you in a little file, you can
Okay,
drag the
Hazo symbol. Yeah, symbol.
drag that down there, and it'll be a hotbar. Now,
Okay,
since
so
you're not like pulling the maps up as regularly as you are doing skill checks or attacks, I normally have that on like Control, Alt, or Shift, whatever you're more comfortable with. So it's not like your main bar, but it's still.
So how do you make them be flat-footed again? I'm sorry.
There's a modifiers button in the top right of Fantasy Grounds. It looks like a plus and minus symbol. If you click on that, there's a bunch of different things you can do when relating to attacks and
Oh.
damage. One of them's
Okay, and they're
flat-footed.
And they're only flat-footed until they have
Taking a
taken their
turn.
Yes.
and how do I roll damage to target him? I roll for head to target him.
So you have your token selected. It looks like you've selected everyone on the map somehow.
Oh wait, whoops. Guess I'm attacking all of them. Yes. Okay, wait.
So you're gonna need to deselect all of them. I don't know what button is select
I don't know
everyone
how I
because I've never seen it.
The top right where you see all the different icons, there's one.
Wait,
It looks like a target with a slash through it. It's clear targets. It'll clear everything
Where is that?
Okay. Yeah, I
at
think.
the map, at the top of the map.
Oh wait, no, I didn't. Whoops.
Oh,
What?
oh, there's a clear target button. Okay. Yeah, if you just if you have your token selected, you can just control left click anyone you're trying to target.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure I'm looking. It's a new game, so I don't have all this set up yet.
Nope, you just targeted Bandit 1 and 2 again.
Sorry, I'm trying.
You just the one guy you're looking for. That's it. That's everyone.
I'm trying to target the one guy. I don't know why I'm.
What are you clicking?
clear target.
Yeah, so I just click clear target and just clears everything.
Yes.
It's not doing that for me.
You have already done
everybody
it.
cleared right now.
Yeah, you just
Done
did
it.
it.
Okay.
So what you do is you
It's
left
auto-
click, and then you click on the one guy you want to attack.
Yeah.
Just left. Just click that. That's it.
Yes.
Yes.
No. So,
Click.
guys,
Oh.
everyone, please stop talking. Whatever you're doing, John, stop. Just listen to what I'm saying. Left click your token, your character.
Okay.
You see the little blue circle around him now, yes?
Yes.
Okay. Hover over Haps Biden, hold
Okay.
control, and left click him.
There we go. Done. Okay. There we go.
Huzzah!
It's finally done. Okay, then I have flat. Okay, I have flat-footed activated. There we go. Training for a hit. That one.
Oh no.
Okay. You didn't set it so he was flat-footed, did you? No, you
Yeah, you
did.
did.
It says
Yeah,
effort.
you
Yeah.
You
Okay,
just
you're
rolled a
good.
natural 1.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you are done with your turn, go into the combat tracker, and in the bottom left of the combat tracker, there's a white arrow pointing down that says, click that, it will end your turn and move on to the next.
Okay, let me find it.
Yeah, there's no easy way for me. I thought maybe it's not, maybe it's like a system by system basis, but it doesn't look like I can have it so flat-footed is set on round 1 for people who haven't gone.
Wait, there we
You
go.
open. Yeah, there's a black arrow, and if you click that, yeah.
There you go.
Yes. Huzzah. Okay. Nessia. Nessia is going to. Okay, out of character. I believe that we had discussed we wanted to try to take one of them alive, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, Nessia, in all her terrifying jellyfish glory, sort of slithers her way out from under this tarp, and the bandits get to see the glory of the jellyfish creatures slither moving towards them. It's gonna move here. It's going to attack Apps Garden. So I have successfully selected it. Then it's
Guess I could technically
modifier.
just drag flat-footed onto all of them for
And Nessia.
Here,
Okay.
flat-footed's on him. You don't need to click the flat-footed button. I will put it on the horses if you.
Don't think we're gonna attack the horses. So right. So then we're gonna go to actions, and Sia is going to attack with the tentacle mass. And I believe I roll. If I click here. All right. So she hits, and then damage, and then because she hit with tentacle mass then triggers grab, which I don't think I coded because I'm not sure how.
Just a
grab is a
CMB.
CMD check.
CMB
So CMB. Okay. She's
on the
going to
combat
CMB.
tracker or the main page. There isn't a way to auto code a grab. You just have.
Okay. So
On the main page below initiative or on the combat tracker below.
okay, I found it. I'll have her roll her CMB.
Nice.
Right. So she has so he is now grappled.
They both are.
Oh, okay. Yes, they are both grappled. And that's it for Nessia.
I would drag the grappled effect onto both of them. You're going to be using grappled regularly. You should probably have that on.
Right. Okay. So where would I get the grappled? Oh, it's in effects. Okay. Right.
Yeah.
Sorry. Effects.
This is a new game. We're all learning stuff. There's bound to be parts that were slower than others.
Okay, so then I put that on the hotbar, and then I take that and put one on Nessia. I put it on Nessia.
And put it
And then
on
I put it-
Haps.
Caps.
He has a fun name.
Biden.
I didn't notice Biden until you just pointed it out. I just thought it sounded fun. Haps Biden. No relations.
Right. So
You sure?
yeah, Rhea is gonna come out, and
Everyone, Ray is gay. Confirmed. 2021.
she's gonna come out of the room. She's gonna come out, and she's going to.
Out of the barn,
This
if
is-
you know what I mean.
Okay, so the question is, well, I guess this would be a good time for you to see the glory that is Rhea's combat bonuses. So Rhea is going to. She has a sling, and you can see that anyone who happens to be paying attention can tell that, in addition to the fact that it's windy, Rhea's hands and stuff seem really clumsy with it, and it seems like it looks almost painful as she's trying to use this weapon. And so she's going to try to use her sling on this bandit, I guess. Bandit 2. So she's going to try to use it on Bandit 2. Which
If it
I
makes
think
you
means
feel
it's
any
going to have,
better-
like, no chance of. But
You're like better than half your party members when it comes to dexterity.
yeah, but you don't. But she might be better with dexterity. But she takes penalties using any manufactured weapon because of her oracle thing, the oracle curse. So she's gonna have minus a bunch. Right. So
Typical Jacob fashion, naming all of his NPCs.
at Jessica. Hey, really? She hit? Rhea, okay. Somehow Rhea hits with the sling.
They didn't come prepared for
Slings.
combat. They don't even have their weapons out.
And then Rhea rolls max damage with the sling. Okay, but as you saw, Rhea awkwardly, she does this thing awkwardly. She comes out and it seems like her motions are pained, and she's awkwardly uses the sling. But despite the awkwardness, her aim is true, and the stone flies across and thwacks into the bandit.
Hey, I don't think you did your penalties right.
I didn't. Oh, it should have been -2.
It should have been more than that. You're firing through someone, so you get a -4 from that.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's -5 then.
And
Oops.
I need to check something that might also be proper. No. I thought the
Yeah, it's
wagon
not
might be
melee
providing
yet,
cover.
so-
No,
Yeah,
that's not
they're
what
not in melee, so.
No, I
don't
wasn't
have
looking at that. I was looking at the wagon.
Oh, okay.
See if it was closer to you or them. It's closer to you.
Okay, so shoot. I guess we need
You
to
should
undo
have
the
a-
damage.
Yeah, I can fix that easily though. One of the combat tracker.
Okay,
Just
and
got
I'll
her
roll
health back. You
I'll
should have a
roll
total
again.
of a -6. If you're behind some proper cover, like something that could block the wind, and we'll
Okay.
say it's flowing like this.
Okay, so I should have -6.
Yes.
In addition, so -6 in addition to the -3 she already has.
Yes. The effect should say -6.
Nothing short of a natural 20 is going to help hit him.
Yeah, well, as I pointed out, Ray is not very good at this.
You are shooting for flat-footed too, so like I guess you
there's
don't know what that is, but it's not possible for you.
Okay, I will do this again. I'm sorry, I did
Oh,
the
good.
thing wrong.
No, like I said, we're learning. Ranged combat is the hardest to hit anyways. It's just extra hard for you. Give us your new
You need
attack.
at least a natural 19 to be able to hit.
That's not true.
We'll see.
Definitely need higher than 9 though.
Definitely.
Yeah. So Rhea, really awkwardly, is trying to throw this rock with the sling, and it looks like a pained motion, and she tries and throws it, but it goes wide, and like thwacks into one of the shingles on the roof that Oleg was working on earlier.
Good thing he got that done before all this wind.
Yes, it is. And just because I realized I didn't properly describe it, with regard to Nessia and Haps, Nessia squirmed over towards Haps. Her tentacles shot out, wrapped around him, crushing at, constricting and crushing at him as she pulls him into a grapple.
Definitely,
Latches
if you're
on.
gonna be grappling with her, you should get the constrict evolution.
Oh, believe me, I'm going to get the Constrict evolution. Tentacle Mass qualifies you for Constrict. I just don't have the Evo points yet.
I made a ranged archer for a game I'm in. I got a giant snake in my mount, and I've used him in combat so many times because he's grappling people.
Awesome.
I'm built for
Alrighty.
ranged, but I end up in melee often just.
Alright, so pass the turn over to Dietrich.
Yep. And seeing the combat begin, he's going to stand up, get on just get on one knee just high enough to where he can see the bandits beneath him, and with his longbow in hand, he's going to knock an arrow and fire at Jessica. Take that -1. Go.
You will have to stand up to use.
Yes. And that's what I'm doing. I'm standing up. I'm flavoring it like I'm getting up on one knee.
Sounds good to me. On that note, Griffin, if you could throw the prone effect on yourself.
Natural 19. All right.
That's a good hit. That's a good roll.
I don't know why. don't know why I could have sworn that longbows give you a critical on 19. Guess I was wrong. All right. Oh oh. I might have to re-roll that because I didn't apply flat-footed, and I just realized that.
No, I have flat-footed on him.
He applied flat-footed. He put flat-footed on them all.
He did do that, didn't he?
You do need to give yourself. Okay, no, you had it set to.
Yeah.
He's up because he's up high. He has the height advantage.
No, it looks like you did everything right.
So yeah, I get up on one knee, ready to longbow, knock an arrow, aiming straight at the guy's shoulder, and fire true, hitting him right in the right in the shoulder blade of his knife arm.
And that was a surprise round, so we drop.
Round one.
Tarkazan's.
There we go. All right, so I'm gonna keep aiming at this Reynold guy. Gonna go ahead and shoot that other bolt I loaded. This time I'm gonna aim for an abdomen or something. Hopefully I can get him to like bleed out and we can keep him alive. So I line up the crossbow to a nice gooey spot on him and pull that trigger. And now let's roll that.
Nice. Oh, rough.
Well, he definitely lived.
Just barely.
All right, and then I'm going to use my action at the end or whatever they call it in Pathfinder, and I'm going to reload.
Swift or move action.
Cool. Yeah, that one. I'll reload.
Hey,
And then I'm gonna hit this little button.
hey. So I'm assuming because my boy Haps is being grappled, I can do a flanking bonus.
Don't automatically get.
Do you get advantage against them?
No.
Advantage isn't really a thing.
Yeah, it's not a thing in Pathfinder. It's
Gotcha.
replaced with bonus or penalties. That's what when they came up with advantage for 5e, it was just a way for them to get around giving different modifiers for stuff. It's normally just have advantage or disadvantage.
Gotcha. So like simplified math for the
Yeah.
people who aren't willing to get all technical. Gotcha.
But, like-
a grappled creature takes a -4 penalty to dexterity, cannot make attacks of opportunity, cannot move.
Okay, I'm going for Jessica.
Takes a -1 penalty on all attack rolls and combat maneuver checks.
So something to throw out here because we have new people is Haps could have done an attack of opportunity for hitting Creston if he had a weapon drawn, because in Pathfinder, if you're moving in someone's threatened space, provoke, unlike 5e where if you remain in the threatened space, you don't.
Oh, okay. But hey, he doesn't have his weapon drawn, so yay.
Yeah,
He also couldn't because he's grappled.
True.
there are ways around that.
Okay,
Okay, good point. Hey, 5e to Pathfinder.
sorry. I was just like I know that there's the a grapple. There's like base rules. He would like as a base thing. I believe he couldn't. Right?
There
There's things that can
isn't
let you
a
do it.
rule that says that there are rules that say he can't. There are ways to get around that. Sorry, I was mixing my two sentences up right there at first. As a default, a grappled creature can't do an attack of opportunity.
Okay, time to roll my +1 and hope to God. God has betrayed me.
Oh man. So you rolled a nat 1 and then a nat 2.
Look, I got cocky. I thought, look, I'm using an oversized weapon, so I thought like I would at least hit something because I would get decent rolls. But apparently not.
Yeah.
Time for new gods.
Time for new gods.
I hate you, Arden Jesus. So
You gotta blame Cadian, man. It's all his fault.
oh yeah, I do have to play Caden. Damn you, Caden! I pray to you. So,
Yes,
Creston,
yeah.
Creston with this gigantic sword, you know, who Creston's like 6 feet tall. He's running in with a sword 12 feet tall. Is running towards the enemy. Now, this isn't the same Creston you've seen earlier, where he's like all happy and stuff. This one seems like he's full of rage as he runs in. And he takes one big swing, but one big swing, but obviously, like either like because of the weight or because he's in a anger, he completely whiffs over Jessica's head without even her dodging. And I shall move my turn to Nessa.
Okay. Right. So then, okay. The attacker is controlling the grapple. So.
Oh yeah, you're grappling. This is like one of the worst parts of Pathfinder. There's a whole flowchart for
know.
grappling. What are you doing?
Got the flowchart. I'm reading the flowchart. Okay, so I can release the grapple as a free action. I can attempt to tie the defender up. I'm not sure with what, but
You don't have anything to tie him up with, so you can't. And no, you can't tie him up until you've pinned them. You need to pin them first, which is something you can do
right,
with your.
if they're not pinned. Right, it
You
says
do have to
tie-
maintain your grapple first, though. So let's do that.
Right, but that's assuming I don't want to release as a free action.
Yes. Are you going to
Yes.
release him?
No.
Okay,
I'm going
then.
to attempt to maintain. Okay.
Okay.
So
Don't
I
forget the
roll
+5. You get a +5 because you already have the grapple going. So just give us a CMB with a +5.
I am taking care of that right now. Oh no, so close. It was a 17 and it became a 3.
Make sure you're targeting him.
Oh, oops.
Did you already have him targeted and you retargeted? You just targeted yourself. You targeted yourself. There.
I
Now-
did.
yeah,
I'm
now
targeting
you-
both you and him.
Now you need to untarget yourself.
Okay, now
There
I'm
you
just
go.
targeting him.
Yes.
Right now,
You're
I
ever
will, now I will do
questioning-
this correctly.
If you're ever questioning who you're targeting, just look at the combat tracker or hover over your token and you'll see a bunch of arrows pointing at whoever.
Right, I will do this properly this time. All right, here we go.
I believe in you. Odds are you'll do better. Nice.
That 20.
You have maintained your grapple. What would you like to do? Can move,
Okay.
do some damage, or pin him?
So Nessie is gonna pin him.
Okay. So now, grab the pin effect and drag it on him.
Well,
Okay.
yeah,
And I
we
think
got to interrogate.
I'm pretty sure pinned is coded so that you can get rid of the grappled. So I'll take the grappled off of him if you just want to throw the pinned on there.
Right. So I'm going to add. I'm having some difficulties with the fact that whenever I switch between characters, it switches what things I have mapped.
Yes, it does.
So it's like, okay. All right, pinned. Okay, so now I have pinned, so I'm going to put pinned on him. He is pinned,
Mm-hmm.
and Nessia is still grappled.
Yes.
Okay. All right, so because she can do one of these things, so then her standard action ends, and
Oh, she can't.
creature.
She can't do movement. She can't move away while maintaining grapple.
Right. I was saying her standard. No, I'm following the show chart. Standard
Yeah.
action ends, and she's not gonna move.
So that's it.
So that's it for Nessia. So
Yeah.
her turn is going to end. This is also the first time I've played Grappler. So
Grapplers are really annoying. You don't know how to play them.
I'm learning. I've got the flowchart, and I did look at the flowchart before I was starting doing this. I just
Is good. It's one of
Great.
the few things I have pinned on my Google
Oh,
all the
I
time.
didn't mean to move Nezia. Yeah. All right, so Rhea is gonna move 5, 10, 15.
I learned a long time ago. I learned years ago that grapple
20.
flowchart should always be up because somebody's gonna do it, even if they're not built for it eventually.
5, 30. Rhea's gonna move to there, and this time, instead of the epic failure that was her attempt with the sling, she's going to raise a hand and she's going to point at Reynold, and she's going to try. Is this -6 again?
What are you doing?
It's a conjuration cantrip.
Yeah, if you're just doing a ranged attack, yeah. Or firing through heavy wind.
Okay. Actually, that did raise a question. Could Nessia have moved as long as she stayed within 5 of Haps, or can she just not move at all?
She can't move unless she uses her standard action to do that. That would be the first option you have when you're grappling.
Got it.
You
Okay.
can do a move equivalent action, so like you could, for example, pull an item out if you had a limb that.
Okay, that makes sense. I was just checking. All right, so we're Rhea. Targeting properly, so target Renauld.
It is a bit to learn how to use Fantasy Grounds, but I promise you, once you learn how to do it, you have games that are much faster than.
Oh no, why didn't it roll? Oh great, it didn't do it. It didn't roll it. Hold on, do I have to open the? I have to open the magnifying glass. There we go. Well, she cast Acid Splash, and then. Oh, she hits!
Pretty good.
She does not take the penalty on her spells. Only on manufactured weapons. Oh hey, he's now dying. Okay. Renauld has been neutralized. So Rhea moves over and she lifts up her hand, and this little glob of acid shoots out of her hand, and she sort of angles it so that despite the wind, it sort of arcs past Nessia and then thunks right into the guy's head. And in addition to him having a crossbow bolt sticking out of the back of his head, now like the side of his face is all acid burned, and then he just sort of collapses.
Nice.
And that'll be it for Rhea. So I will pass the turn.
All right. Once again, standing up on both feet now. Once again, knocks an arrow, and right there where Jessica's standing, he's going to just fire a shot right into his skull.
Don't forget the penalty.
Oh yes, you're right. So it'd be a -5 instead. Not 15, 5. Thank you. Oh, just misses. So trying to aim with Creston sitting there struggling against him, he takes a shot, but the wind just knocks it, just carries the over, carries the arrow over, just barely missing him by an inch.
Please
It's
don't run
Horse's
away.
turn.
It is the horse's turn. I didn't name all the horses. Figured.
Horse. It's
Oh,
okay.
If there's a if we somehow capture the horses, we're going to name them. I don't care.
Oh yeah, obviously we'll give the horses names.
Okay, the horse, it like rears back, neighs, and it begins to run off.
Oh no, we're gonna lose the horses.
We just want transportation.
And Dexter's up. He's gonna pull out a short sword, then go and try and attack the jellyfish in front of him. He has no clue what it is. Just runs in. You just hear him. He's just like, after seeing everyone around him start getting peppered with arrows and grabbed by a tentacle fish, he just incoherently just yells, just like, ah! As he like runs over, dual wielding his, or like two handing his short sword as he tries to attack Nessia, trying to cut off its tentacles.
Please, Nessie.
He is no longer flat-footed.
She's gonna do her best. She does have good AC. Oh,
Damn it!
Essie is still fine.
He
Yeah,
starts
she's still fine. I just hope the pin is still there.
starts hacking into one of her one of her tentacles. End of his turn. That's one of the horses that he was just holding on to a moment ago. It also runs off.
Oh.
Reynold
Man.
is bleeding out on the ground right now.
He stabilizes. Wow.
Oh my god!
Well, he only went
Go,
down by like a
Vandy, go.
few, right?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know
Yeah.
whether like
He was up and then he took 2 damage, so I think he's at like -1 HP.
I don't know if I should cheer for him or not.
Well, that's a good thing. You did want one alive, so as long as this one doesn't get trampled or like someone
Well,
coup de
I
grace,
think the
you'll be
I think
fine.
I think the move should be to interrogate the one that Nessie captured.
He's not actually captured. He's gonna get an opportunity, I think, to yeah, he's gonna get a chance to free himself. He can try to free himself.
Yeah, but for the most part, that's the plan I'm going with. So
Pretty much only thing you can do while pinned is escape. Question is, what is best for Haps when it comes to escaping? The answer is probably just a CMB check, even though that's not very good. What's the target that they're shooting for out of curiosity? That he's shooting?
So, how do I determine what the target is?
Oh,
Is
it's your
Is it
CMB.
just her CMB?
Yeah.
Her CMD is 13.
Okay. Yeah, he either way, it's not different, so he'll just do his CMB to say. I believe he takes penalty for being pinned though. Is it minus? No, he just takes he takes a penalty to armor class. He will try and break free. He's gonna try and take control of the grapple.
Oh no!
Okay. With that, he is out. There's no more grappling going on. He's going to release it as a free action.
Okay, so that means Nessia is no longer grappled.
Yeah, you can take that off.
Okay.
the jellyfish and the bandit are wrestling.
All right. So how do I remove it? Do I remove from in combat tracker?
Yeah, you just click on the effects button on Nessia's banner. And then Haps is going to 5-foot step, and as he does, he's going to pull out a flask, some kind of liquid in a bottle. As he just yells out at the two men in front of him, "Don't worry about the horses. Kill the mercenaries, and then we'll take care of the Levitans." And Jessica, with that, she just yells out, "What the boss said!" And then like pulls a short sword out and tries hitting the man with the giant stick in front of her.
There we go. Oh my god! Lucky bitch.
Oh,
No, this lucky bitch. That was exactly my AC. Okay.
Okay, and
yeah.
then she's gonna take a 5-foot step over towards Haps Biden and have turned so she's facing Creston and Dietrich. We're gonna see more horses run away.
oh no. we want the horses.
All the horses are escaping.
I feel like Peizo decided that if like you don't let the bandits hook up the horses to the cart, you don't get horses.
No, they just rolled
Maybe-
bad. Like, you guys technically prevented the horses.
We'll get them next time. We'll get our free horses next time.
They are just horses too, right? Like, I don't know how many of you dealt with horses before, but they're not gonna like run home.
They're not going to run very far. They'll just
Oh,
get out
okay.
They'll just get out of immediate danger.
Yeah.
Okay.
So like
Once
after
they're
this,
not
I don't know much
panicking.
about horses.
Yeah, no, once the horse is done panicking, unless it's like a thoroughly trained horse, once it's done panicking, it's gonna just like take care of its basic needs.
Going to graze in the field, mind its own business.
So
Okay,
if you guys put some
hopefully we can
effort into
recover
it,
the
you might be able.
horses.
Yeah, there's a chance you can do that.
anyone
That's
get us survival checks?
Not me.
yeah. There will be some
Wait.
tracking to be done.
Oh, it's Darkassin.
It is. Does anyone else feel like that sounds like a Warhammer Fantasy vampire name? Lord
Does.
Darkassin.
Yeah, it does actually.
So does.
I stole it off a drow name list, to be honest.
Did you? Okay, that's fair.
Yeah. So I was gonna try to implant Urge on one of those horses to like be my horse buddy, but apparently they are gone, so I don't get to do that. So might try to do something else creative with that. Going to try to cast Implant Urge on Haps Biden, and the Urge I'm trying to implant is him wanting to tell us everything that's going on. Is that possible?
I think the
Or do I
target
need to be like more specific?
Well, you have to give them a goal.
All right.
So
He
your
wants
goal,
to-
the thing you're trying to make him desire is divulging information to you.
Yes, divulging information to us in exchange for information about this jellyfish he's never seen before or something. He's just so. I'm trying to get him so impressed by this jellyfish that he's like, wow, I just need to know more about this jellyfish. I'll tell you anything. Just tell me about this jellyfish.
Okay. Yeah. Target him and have him do the save.
All right. All right, let's see if I can figure out how to do that. Whoops.
Let me just double check the spell to make sure I understand it. The DC of task the target to act in a way in which it will lead towards the goal by 5.
There we go. So I clicked it. I don't know how to do the chance on it.
Should be a save button when you have him targeted.
Yeah, hit the
click on it
microscope
and it'll
on the
make him
banner for
automatically
the
roll a
spell.
saving throw.
Find all the information.
What was that?
The microscope next to the spell. Banner for it.
Gotcha.
Save
Yep.
button. Click that.
Okay.
You had to have. Yeah.
It says the saving throw is partial, but it doesn't tell you. It does.
You have Reynold targeted too.
Done target. If done target the first.
Oh. Oh, sorry. Hold on.
It
Let me do
literally
that.
doesn't tell you what the
There you go.
save.
There we go.
I guess
It's
the
a
save.
weird spell.
There we go.
It doesn't tell you what a failed save does, so I'm gonna assume that means a failed save doesn't work. Normally it
Damn.
tells you what a fail because it says will save partial, which means normally only part of the effect.
The guy failed his save.
So
right?
So
Yeah.
he still really wants to know about the jellyfish, but he doesn't want to trade us anything for it.
No, failing the save means doesn't. If you
It's
fail,
good.
right? Failing is bad for him.
Yeah.
Yeah, it means he falls under the spell.
Yeah, it means he wants to divulge. What fucking information did you want from him? I'm
Oh,
sorry, I
cool.
got sidetracked by the spell. What did you want from him, Griffin?
Like their hideout, and their general vibe. Like, what are they doing with these goods? Who are they working for? All that nonsense.
Okay, so he
Like,
wants to
he's
give
willing to
you.
divulge all this information so he can find out more about this really cool glowing jellyfish.
You don't need to give him a reason. You just need to give him a goal. His goal is to give you information about the bandits in the area. Is that what you're shooting for?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like, I don't know, having loose lips and telling us all their secrets just gets him going or something.
Cool.
Yeah.
Is this okay? I need to look up what does this spell actually do?
It makes it so the
I'll post the
DC
description.
Okay.
makes it so the
That's
DC of
first.
any diplomacy check that you have against this guy that leads towards that goal is decreased by 5, and he will take a -2 penalty on saving throws against mind effects that would make him act in a way that he believes would lead to the goal.
Okay, so like that means I could like try to diplomacy him to make him surrender.
If he thinks that would help him give you information, then yes.
Awesome. That sounds like a plan.
Okay. I'm just trying to make sure I understand. Okay.
If
I
he thinks
believe
surrendering
diplomacy
to you,
someone in combat is very hard.
Yeah, I don't understand why you did this in the first place.
Yeah, it seems
I am
like
testing a mechanic.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, good for you for interrogating him, but he's
Mid-combat.
Hostile. Yeah, the diplomacy DC is 25 plus the creature's charisma modifier. It's really, really hard.
But now he wants to help you.
quickly,
Okay.
jellyfish, pin it down.
Well, all right. Okay. So I guess that's Darkassin.
I can't
still
believe it.
you still got a move action if you
Throwing a
like.
wrench out there.
Okay, so send it over to me.
You do have a move action still if you'd like to use it,
Oh.
Griffin.
Yeah.
No, I think Darkassin's good. I think he's just going to hit the next.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you for interrogating the guy mid-battle.
it's okay.
Okay.
No,
I'm
he's
gonna go for
priming
Jessica, yeah.
interrogation. It lasts an hour. He's just trying to make sure it's there.
Okay. I'm going to go against Jessica again. And, like, I don't care if I miss. Please just don't make it low.
Please don't be another one.
Yes! 16!
Where Jessica
I think
dies.
Jessica may have a bad day.
Hey, it
Finally,
turns
I
out-
finally hit her with my giant sword.
Life of crime doesn't pay, eh?
Okay. So just roll the damage now.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh my god, that's a lot of dice.
17 damage.
She's not
Okay,
dying.
you just
She's
outright
dead.
Okay,
Yeah.
Can I describe this?
Yes.
Oh my god!
You always
what?
should.
Yeah, this is the power of having a sword way too big for yourself.
He doesn't hit
Are you
often, but he
using a
hits hard.
huge weapon?
Yeah, I'm using a large weapon.
You're using a large greatsword.
Yeah, and this isn't with power.
God.
This isn't with power attack, which increases damage even more.
That's why he only has a +1 to hit.
It was a +1 to hit because I have penalty because of the large weapon.
Sad.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, sorry. But yeah, so as soon as he swings down, he just looks up at Jessica, who has her sword like half embedded into his arm, and she's like, "Aha! I stabbed you." Then
Crunch.
Creston gets that that shadow over his eyes, like lens flare effect in like every anime. Takes one big swing. Her torso is separated from her legs, and she's just laying there.
That's fair.
So essentially, you've created a more charismatic version of Berserk.
Basically, yeah. I am Guts now. Huh?
I was
I'm a
thinking
hidden Guts.
default Monster Slayer longsword.
Uh,
Or Monster Hunter, sorry.
uh, yeah, basically. And the funny part is that the next thing I'm going to get is actually wait, Jacob. Just a question, just to confirm.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure we can use combat feats outside of combat.
Maybe? Can you give me an example?
Intimidating prowess.
That's the one that lets you use your strength instead of charisma to intimidate people, right?
Yeah.
I thought it was for demoralization specifically.
No, it doesn't say specifically for demoralization.
Okay.
It says allows me to
Probably.
add strength on top of
Like, probably, but I'd need to double look, check the feat. So, like, if you want to finish your turn, you could send me the link after, and I'll check it out post-session.
yeah. Yeah, and yeah, that's it for my turn. Just a complete decimation of Jessica.
If you guys
Sure.
are okay with it, then I would like to finish this combat before we end this.
Yeah, I know. I know. I
I'm
just
cool with that.
No, I'm
This
not
is
trying to
That's
rush
fine.
you. It's
Yep.
just we're almost at the end. I would just prefer to finish if everyone's okay with it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You cool with that, Griffin?
Yep, I'm good.
Okay.
Okay.
That was awesome,
So
by the
is,
way. I will get rid of her because, well, I'll leave her body there in case it.
So Creston
leave
is
it.
not going. So he's not going to 5-foot step to the enemies. Okay.
Oh wait, her body's. Oh wait, her body's there. That mean. Oh, I can.
Can't 5-foot
Oh,
step
wait.
because it's difficult terrain.
Okay, I'm assuming if I go up to Dexter, he'll get opportunity attack on me.
He has a reach weapon. If he has some
Oh,
special ability you don't know of.
Attacked
Oh, so-
Nessia with a short sword.
So I can move without doing
Caps
a
didn't attack anyone.
opportunity- What?
Oh, you're talking about Dexter. Yeah, he attacked with a short sword, so unless he has some ability you don't know about, he doesn't have reach, which means you can move up to him. You can move into someone's threatened square and it's safe. It's moving around in or out of that's dangerous.
Oh, okay, yeah. I'll move up to him. Hi, Squid Buddy. And
Okay.
that'll be the end of my turn. Yeah.
Okay. So now it's Nessia. What will Nessia do? Nessia is going to. Oh, there we go. That's why it wasn't working. Nessia is going to 5-foot step that way.
Nice.
And then Nessia is going to attack Haps with the tentacle mass. Oh.
Your jellyfish monster.
So we're going to. There is no penalty. He's no longer flat-footed, so it is just a melee attack with tentacle mass. Oh, actually. Oh yeah, she's going to. Well, she's going to full attack, I guess, but she's going to. But her first attack in her full attack is her tentacle mass. Well, that hit. Okay, now I will roll damage. And we gotta find. There we go. Oh, well. Apps is down. Okay. Nessia is then going to use her second attack, which is her bite.
Real quick, need to take care of something. Caps was carrying a vial. We're going to see where it falls. Okay, you see the vial in his hand. So vials are supposed to be directional in Pathfinder, so like their direction is based on where you're throwing them or dropping them. I think that's dumb and overcomplicated, so I simplify it to a clock-based format where one is directly north of them and you keep counting clockwise. So I rolled a d8 there. The vial dropped on Jessica's sliced in half corpse, and you see it catch on fire as this oil coats it.
Okay, so was it I guess it's like alchemist fire or something, and it just ignited Jessica's corpse.
If you gave me
Oh.
spellcraft check, I'd let you know.
Okay, that is I don't actually have spellcraft.
If people want to give me spellcraft, they can. Anyone has it.
Does it have to be ranks?
Yes.
Not me, because I ain't got no ranks in it.
Oh, wow.
If
Hey,
it
that'll work.
does.
Surprise me. Yeah. Carcassonne knows that was a thing alchemist fire that he dropped. Haps was either going to light one of you on fire or burn something.
All right, so Nessia is going to do her second attack, which is her bite. She's going to do that on Dexter. This is payback. Oh, it missed. But oh wait, I forgot to add flanking. Should have been an 11.
I don't have flanking.
I don't?
No, you need to be
Uh,
opposite of them.
I am. Opposite with Creston.
Oh, yeah, you're attacking Dexter, aren't you? You're not fucking up Haps.
Okay, so I messed up. So do
Yeah.
I just re-roll? Okay, I re-rolled.
Yeah, reroll.
Okay, I will.
So flanking doesn't give advantage in this, Griffin. It gives.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yay! And now it's a hit. Okay.
Squid
So
buddy. I mean, not squid buddy. Jellyfish buddy. Oh, come on.
hey, she did to him the same damage he did to her.
Hey, look, I trusted you.
She hit him. She also
Yeah,
took Haps out.
but only for 2 days.
It
She's
was a
not always.
jellyfish bitch slap.
She rolled a 1. Come on, man. All right. That's it for Nessia. Now it's Rhea.
Kill it with fire.
That is the last thing that Rhea wants to do.
What Haps
Rhea's
says
going-
with his dying breath.
He's not dead. He's just dying.
Dying breath.
Yeah. Rhea's gonna try to acid splash Dexter. The good old -6.
Not this time, because you're not blocked by anything.
They're
Got a
in
straight
melee.
shot to him.
They're in
Oh,
melee
yeah,
though.
You're right. I'm used to my spellcaster character in my last campaign that has precise shot.
Yeah, I don't think Rhea's not gonna ever probably take that. This is not what she normally is gonna be doing. Okay, so I need to roll range touch attack. Uh-oh. I rolled what? Oh, what? It wasn't supposed to do that. It was supposed to roll once.
Probably had him clicked once already, so your button was in the second.
Okay, well,
The new
first
roll.
one is what should count, and she missed. So that's it for
Oh.
Rhea.
Messed up, so you're
Yep.
Okay. Oh, okay.
that didn't
Well,
have the
then
modifiers on it.
Didn't. Sorry. Forgot that they wear off. Okay. Try this again. One click.
Nice.
Still hits.
Okay.
Good shit.
Like to see.
Hey.
Wait, how does it do? Oh, that's okay. I'm sorry. It rolled a d6 because there's no d3. Okay, but it then divides it to the thing. Okay, so she dealt max damage to Dexter with acid splash, and that's it for Rhea's turn. She moved she moved over and she she did the thing with the acid, and she thrust out her arm, and another glob of acid just right out and hit Dexter in the chest. And this was after Nessia, with her tentacles, lashed out, picked up Haps, sort of crushed Haps's arms with the tentacles, before releasing him as he fell to the ground, dropping his vial, and then snapped at Dexter with her mouth, which was momentarily revealed as all of her tentacles sort of moved up, and like a mouth-like opening appeared in the bottom of the jellyfish thing as she snapped at him and bit his arm.
That's
and now
gross.
Nessie has revealed she has a mouth.
Dun dun dun.
All right, and then I'm gonna pass the turn.
So many questions I have now. Do Nessias eat? Nessias have to go to the bathroom?
So, standing where I'm at, does there look like there's any way I could probably climb down safely?
Could try, but it would be hard.
Okay. Probably be.
Probably, it would definitely be easier to do an acrobatics check.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Okay. You know what? Yeah, just. Well. Yeah, I think because it's gonna be a -8 because I'm not only am I firing in melee, I got someone covering. Get Kristen covered, giving cover.
Sorry.
Yeah,
I was just trying to kill someone.
if you could stabilize Haps, that could be useful because we wanted to
Yeah,
interrogate him.
I think like if we can't stabilize Haps, Reynolds is the backup, or Dexter if we pin him.
Yeah.
The odds of stabilization aren't very.
No,
Yeah.
but next level I could take healing as one of my skills.
Yeah.
It's a class skill for me, and I got a +2 in wisdom already. So
I know. I just like that. It's like we don't have a healer, but I have a skill in healing.
Oh wait, yeah, our party has no arc. Oh man, we don't have a healer. I mean, we have no divine caster. I mean, aside from Ranger getting divine casting eventually.
Steven, you better make Nessa a healer. I don't know.
Essia can't heal. There's
That's
no
how it
abilities
works.
she can get that would heal other
Purdue.
people. Though, I mean, I have UMD, so I can get wands of like cure light wounds and stuff later,
Yeah.
and patch people up with that. But it's still not ideal. Anyway.
yeah, I'm just going to stand where I am and knock an arrow and try to shoot this guy. I see no point in risking some damage just to get one guy. So take -8. Try to fire in melee.
Don't forget about the
Oh,
wind.
okay, sure.
And you weren't targeting.
You're right. Let me.
Your odds of
I
hitting
did
are getting harder and harder.
I did have him targeted though. Why
Untarget
didn't I
him.
target? No,
No.
it's saying I have him set as a target.
Might not have been a moment ago.
All right, well, let's try this again.
Don't forget to add the penalties.
I already got it. We're good. No, okay. Better than last time though.
That was.
But yeah, the arrow just kind of trying to try my best to avoid hitting one of my own allies. Arrow just ends up flying over his head and hitting the cart next to Rhea.
Dexter's still alive. He's gonna 5-foot step attack Nessie. Flashing at her. Short sword. Misses.
It will miss.
That's
He
quite
like
some.
panic across his face. Hey, I thought that person was. Why were they asking for?
It was Haps. Reynolds, the one who's already stabilized.
Oh, so that's
Half succeeded.
No, it just rolled for Reynold.
He's alive.
Oh my.
No, there's Haps and Reynold. There's two.
Yeah, no,
Haps succeeded.
I know. That's not mixing up things we're talking about. Chasm.
Okay.
All right,
Remind you,
so
you're self-targeted.
Darkassin doesn't like loose ends, and though he could attack Dexter, he sees Reynolds sitting there as an easy target, kind of mulling the value of the chief of the bandits versus some little plebe, but decides better of it and decides to attack Dexter anyway. Really wanted that easy shot, but he decides better of it. Besides, the group might be angry if he takes out one of their living enemies. So he's going to target Dexter. And then roll one of these things. Whoa, why'd it grab 2?
Because you get yourself
Because
targeted.
you were targeting yourself at the same time.
Oh, am I still targeting myself?
On the combat tracker,
Here,
it'll
wait.
tell you.
I gotcha.
Yep.
Tracker.
It's been a long day, okay? He didn't get a rest. He's a little off his game.
Yeah.
He kind of slipped a little bit, but we forgive him. He may be a drow, but he's our drow.
I've now
Targeting yourself
untargeted
again.
the enemy, targeted yourself.
Just hit the. You could just hit the clear targets and then just target the enemy.
Yep.
Really token, that's not it.
There you go. Now you're good.
Cool, there we go. Alright, let's try that again. Yeah,
forget
don't
the
shoot yourself with a
modifier.
light crossbow. Yep.
Oh,
Oh, -1 on that? Is that what I do?
Yeah.
No,
Alright.
no, it's minus. It's -5 because Dexter's in melee with Nessia.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. -5. Gotcha.
actually, it should be a -9
Holy shit. Then why even bother shooting? Alright.
because technically provides cover.
Huh?
Even though he's like,
Even with him prone.
Yep.
Dexter's dead and prone. He's
There's no
or not Dexter, but
changes that. There's a
gotcha. Alright.
literally use your dying friend.
Alright.
Okay.
Oh shit, god damn it. Sorry, I hit the wrong thing again. Ignore that. Alright, trying again.
So you need a total of a -9. You are targeted.
Yep,
Just
-9. There we go. Alright, we're doing it.
18 still.
close.
Still missed.
You needed 100.
Alright.
At least he got a good roll.
Alright, Darkassin goes to fire and he pulls it with a little comical thwang sound. The bolt comically shoots into the air, does a little arc harmlessly at the guy's feet. Darkassin then proceeds to sulk.
If the weather was better, you would have hit. Damn wind.
Now he's just gonna sit there and sulk. Darkassin sits there and sulks saltily.
Okay, question. Is it possible to step over bodies without a movement penalty?
Not unless you have an ability for it.
Damn. Oh yeah, I forgot. I could just move right next to the jellyfish and attack like that. Okay.
Yeah, you can move next to Nessia.
Yeah,
You just don't get flanking that way.
I know it is not flanking, but whatever.
What's your movement?
It is 20.
5. 5.
Yeah, I can't move around.
I guess that's only 50.
but he would take an attack of opportunity because he's already in a threatened space.
Not
Yeah.
right there. Is that where you
Well, I
started?
mean, you could move. You could move here if you do move to. If you move to where you were, down there, then Nessia can easily flank with you if Dexter survives your attack.
Wait, question. If I move diagonal, is it just 5 spaces?
Yes.
Diagonal, your first one is 5, and it alternates. So
Yeah.
5, 10.
Okay, so
So you could 5, then 10, then 15. You could 5, and 15, and then 20 would be getting you to where you
Move
were.
down 1, 10,
yeah, it'll be
then
like around
15.
here.
15 right
but
there.
that's not flanking, but whatever.
It's closer to flanking than the other spot.
Yeah, it's closer to flanking. I'll take it.
Yeah, it
Okay.
lets Nessia 5-foot step to flank. if yours is not successful, then she can flank.
Yeah, whatever. Let's see if the gigantic sword can hit again.
We'll see when that sword hits. Bad things happen.
Napoli-
Oh,
Ah,
Do we
that.
even need to roll this one?
I want to roll just to see how much.
Oh boy.
Yeah, we do. Always need to.
Okay, 14.
he is dying. He's actually not dead.
He's surviving.
Nani?
So, Creston is respectful. He runs around the bodies, not over the bodies. He runs around the bodies, charging. Does one big overhand swing, and it like embeds like half an inch into Dexter's shoulder, and he does one big pull, and Dexter is just lying face down on the ground.
Don't need to remain in combat anymore. What would you guys? Or now that you've dealt.
Um,
Uh,
does anyone have rope?
isn't there rope in the wagon?
I mean, that's true, but we also need someone that is good at good at you know. Uh, oh wait, Dexter failed. Never mind. We don't care about him.
There is, I believe, yes, there is rope. So we want to stabilize. We want to help stable. We want to.
Haps and Reynolds are stabilized. The other two are not.
Okay, so we want to tie up Haps and Reynold with the
Yeah.
rope.
So is anyone good at tying ropes here?
Is that a actual skill?
Probably. Is it?
I don't think it's a skill.
No,
Wanna have
let's
rope?
go.
There's rope in the wagon. We're gonna take the rope from the wagon and tie them up with it.
I just want to like mention that like after the battle, Crescent just kind of looks down at the dead bodies, puts his sword on the ground and says like, and just wipes his head and says, "Well, that was a workout."
There is rope in there.
There's silk rope. I checked on the list. Rope silk 50 feet. It's right above lock good and under armor vents.
Oh yeah, I definitely know.
It's closer to the bottom than the top. It's closer to the bottom than the top.
I'm gonna go with what.
I see it.
I see the arm. There's some. There, you could definitely.
I think that Oleg will probably be happy that we took care of the bandits, even if we used his silk rope to tie up two of them so we can interrogate them and find out where the others are.
While they're doing that, Dietrich's gonna look out into the wilderness, into the field to see if there's any more around.
Oh, you should also look for the horses.
Oh yeah, true. You guys should fetch the horses. I'll just loot the bodies.
So, what would you roll to tie them up?
Not having you roll anything. No reason to. Not tying them up.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
All right. Well then, Rhea is going to really awkwardly and it looks kind of painfully tie Haps and Reynold up with the rope.
Yeah. Also a set of
Nice.
manacles in there.
That's probably use the manacles instead.
There's only. Yeah, there's
Use
one
the manacle.
right
Use
below
the
the
manacles
collapsible.
on Hap. We will Rhea's going to get the manacles and she's going to restrain Haps with the manacles and tie up Renauld.
Are you gonna throw the manacles? I'm gonna assume these are like 2-piece manacles, so you only need to cover arms and legs. That makes sense.
Yeah.
I'll double check.
I'm going to turn to the party and ask who wants to take advantage with some sort of investigatory skill of the implanted urge inside the bandit captain.
He's unconscious right now, isn't he?
Yeah, he'd need time to heal.
I got a frying pan we can conk him in the head to wake him up with.
That won't wake.
Ah, yes. Old faithful.
So Rhea shakes her head. No, I think we're going to have to wait till we can bring him around. But at least we were able to take prisoners and none of them escaped, so we should be able to interrogate them and find out more about where they came from. And Oleg and Svetlana are not going to lose all of their hard-earned trade goods this time. So
Maybe we can ransom up.
I'm sorry. I didn't hear what was said. People
Said
were
maybe
talking.
we can ransom. Sorry, I said maybe we could ransom them off to the rest of them. Didn't mean to cut you off there, fighter guy.
I like literally directly oppose the charter you have.
Yeah, the
Oh yeah.
our charter specifically calls for bandits who cannot be reformed to be executed by the sword or the rope. And while I believe we should see if it's possible to reform them, if not, that is what we are to do.
I walk over to Reynold and I kind of just with my just kind of with axe in hand just say,
There's no reforming bandits. Dead. They're all as good as dead.
Well, sometimes people are driven to acts of crime due to desperation and terrible circumstances, and those people often actually can be reformed. I don't know if that's the case here, but we don't know anything about these people other than what we were told by Oleg and Svetlana, and we can't be sure that it isn't possible that with the opportunity they would change their ways. We should at least talk to them before we make that decision.
Have it your way.
he just kind of sheathes back his axe and just goes to retrieve his horse.
Could I cast Ears of the City with a focus on the bandit guy to see what he's done previously in the camp so I can get a good summary of how good or evil he was?
God. Yeah. The will save out.
Awesome. Yeah, it says stream of past scenes, so it's possible to identify. Yeah, that should work.
So who
All
are you
right.
doing it on? Are you doing it on the Haps or the
Yeah,
other bandit?
Haps.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it on Haps with a focus on Haps. Once I figure out how to do this. All right, so just throw the will at him.
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay. Now you can.
Wait,
Now you
your character's
can.
looking at my fucking
I
sword.
don't think you had him targeted.
I don't think you had him
Oh,
targeted.
yeah.
Oh, out of curiosity, like, does being unconscious have any effect on his will saves?
There's nothing about unconscious.
Well, he failed.
Nice. A diplomacy check.
Sweet. You said do a diplomacy check?
Yeah.
Gotcha. I thought I got the effects of the spell.
Which is to let you do a diplomacy check to gather information.
Gotcha.
Ah.
Equal to an amount of time equal for hours.
Gotcha.
You get to gather information.
Cool.
Rolled a 4. Yeah, that's literally not enough for like anything. You need like 10 for just basic information.
So what you're telling me is I'm not a very good fortune teller.
Yeah, it's hard for you to piece the narrative together of Haps Biden's past.
Got it.
Oh,
I make up some
actually,
nonsense and convince you guys as best I
hey,
can that I know what I'm talking about.
real quick, Griffin. Since the information, I just read this last part. Since the information gathering doesn't involve actual interaction with people, only observation, the target can use her perception skill instead of her diplomacy. Um,
Oh, that'd be much better.
so you can do that if you'd like. That was my fault.
Oh, that'd be much better. I have a modifier on that one.
Give me a perception check.
Perception.
Okay, that's enough to get, as diplomacy puts it, commonly known facts about Haps Biden. I'll
Okay.
give to you. He is a very loud, aggressive man that when he gets in fights that he's losing, he tends to create distractions while he quiets up. And he is very happy living a life of banditry as long as he continues to get the head of his bandit.
I relay this information to the party and tell them that he's a dick and doesn't deserve to live.
I see. He doesn't sound very redeemable from what you're saying. But I do think that we should wait to execute him until after we've had the opportunity to question him regarding the rest of the bandits, since I believe he was yelling something about I believe he was yelling things about I don't think he's the leader of all the bandits here. And I think he probably has information about the others. There was that woman that Svetlana and Oleg talked about, and also he said there were a lot more of them before. So I think we should keep him alive at least long enough to question him before we make any decisions.
Agreed. Just saying we shouldn't let him go after.
Yeah, I wish we could redeem him, but based on what you're saying, it sounds like he enjoys it. That's not something we really want running around. And that's not what our charter says, so I believe you're right.
I think this might be a good place to end the session.
Yeah,
That was fun.
that was awesome.
Yeah, that was a
Cool.
lot of fun.
Cool,
We
cool.
learned we had to do a lot of new mechanics to appreciate everyone's.
Of course.
Yeah, it was a ton of fun. I hope everybody else also enjoyed it. I definitely like Rhea. She's fun to roleplay.
How's
Oh, this is awesome.
It's fun. I actually finally took an active role as a character. Yay!
The amount of divergence in the character, the emotions, is just awesome.
We have 2 happy characters and 2 gruff characters. Oh no! Now kiss.
Yeah, I really do think we have a great party dynamic so far that's developing, or even just after one session. I think the characters definitely are getting on. There's definitely you can definitely see potential for how the characters are going to interact going forward and stuff. I think it should be a lot of fun.
I'm interested in fate, Haps Biden and Reynold
Oh, his fate's
next
already
week.
sealed. It's just a matter of getting the information we want out of him.
Rhea doesn't like Rhea doesn't like killing people. Like she wants to believe that people can be that people, even people like Haps, can be redeemed. So what she ultimately ends up like saying will, will depend, like what she ultimately like says, or weighs on, might depend a lot on what like Haps actually ends up saying. Like if he acts like he's remorseful or something, she might be inclined to believe him because she likes to believe the best about people.
Oh, this is nice. This is section 1, and we already got a conflict of interest.
Well,
Because
a part
Dietrich
of this that is like particular interesting, because both like in and out of character knowledge now is like, did Darkassian get all the information?
Nope.
Maybe Haps does really enjoy. That's just what found him.
True.
Because it's you getting a bunch of glimpses of like scenes he's been in, right? It's not you, like taking the.
But I'm not
place.
going to tell the party I was unsure with my results. No.
Well,
The
you
party's
don't.
going to think
You
that I'm a
don't know
genius
if you're
fortune teller
unsure.
because I'm
That's the thing.
trying to convince them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's no way to know that you're not getting all the information.
Yeah.
Yeah, he
And,
thinks he's
like,
pretty awesome.
yeah. And like I said, Rhea is very much inclined to give people benefit of the doubt, potentially.
Haps could be a
Dietrich is
piece of
definitely
shit.
not
Haps might
in that.
man who turned a life of crime because that's all he could see. You might never know.
Yeah.
Dietrich is very much in the two wrongs don't make a right kind of mentality.
Crescent doesn't care. He just judges people if they actually seem like they want to change. So he's
Yeah.
like Rhea, but in a very more laxed way. Either way, he's still doing good.
Yeah. So just because it's kind of neat. So we've got Darkassian we had Darkassian with his spellcraft roll. And then this is, I think this is Rhea's equivalent of Darkassian's spellcraft. It's her ability to diplomacy with a +12. It's +12 at level 1.
Here's an image of Haps for it.
Rotten to his core.
Thank you, Batman. I'm sorry, the voice just sounds a little bit Batman-y.
I'm Batman.
It had like a Yoda vibe to it earlier, so it was like Yoda and Batman, baby.
Yeah, Yoda and Batman had a child.
You like Yoda?
That was
Yes.
pretty good.
Is this the Mandalorian?
All right. Well,
Oh, that gives me a great idea for a future character. Hey, man, imagine a goblin monk with the Yoda